We came up with some pretty funny names yesterday. All right, chums, let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. All right, dudes, let's roll. Project service. All right, dudes, we ready to roll? Let's get the tunage. This is our focused music. Tamo Core. Hey Streets, what's up, dude? Hey Gold, what's going on, buddy? Ships. So what I'm going to do here, just because I have we have a lot of craft files in here, I'm going to take all the Star Raker stuff and we're going to put it It's just so we don't spend as much time loading up all the craft files that we're not using. Got a good amount of the craft files out of there. Maybe you don't know, but got new ACC, old one was Alien Buzz. Cool. Are we making the Frankenstein Chrysler SSTO? Yes. Yes, we are. We need to come up with a good name for this project first. So it's kind of going to be like, I'm taking elements from Stoke, right? Taking elements from Stoke, taking elements from Chrysler's SERV, not the shuttle, for once. SERV, Stoke, I have some elements from Sierra Space in there for payload adapters. And there's kind of a forward load reactor element that's similar, that comes from Neutron, from Rocket Lab. But not really Neutron. I mean, it's mostly Stoke and SERV. Didn't you attempt an SSDO similar to this in the past, or did that project not go anywhere? I started doing an SERV build, Talon, probably, I think, 2019. We started doing it, and then I was just like, you know what? I don't really want to do this. I want a challenge. So, actually, that was the last thing I did before I started figuring out the Mission Mode 2 rules and started playing the MM2 save. Yeah. Yeah. So, because I wanted a challenge, and Mission Mode 2 rules were very difficult. That was hard, man. It was tough to play. Yeah. It's tough to do. So yeah, let's start on this sucker, man. I really need to see. Here we go. Here's a diagram. This is where I always start. Anytime I'm working on a project and it has influence from real aerospace projects, I always try to look for some measurements here so we can make a scaled version of it. So this thing is 96 feet in diameter at its widest. So, okay, we have to convert it to freaking metric. What does SERV stand for? Single stage Earth orbit reusable vehicle. All right, so how about we call it single stage Kerbin orbit reusable vehicle? We'll call it SKRV. How about SPQR? No, wait, no, that's something different. We probably shouldn't call it that. I mean, we could. That'd be kind of cool. The synthwave. All right. SKRV. Project Scurv. Scorv? Okay, so single stage Kerbin orbit reusable vehicle. Come on. Let's just start at the beginning. There we go. Sweet. Need a Y in there for scurvy? I don't want to call it scorvy. Project Sorry. What is it, a Canadian rocket? Finally, yay, Canada! No, Canada's going on strike. Don't you understand? Canada's on strike, buddy! You know what we could do? Because it's Chrysler. I could take something else that Chrysler made from the 60s and we could call it that as kind of a tribute. This song is a tribute. I'm not your guy, buddy. I'm not your pal, buddy. I'm not your guy, friend. Gross. Hoisting. Here. I know what we can check. Here. Oh, yeah. How's that for an ad? Why don't we just make an ad where it shows everything that we make? If we make rockets, we can make a damn good car. Nodders, yes. Chrysler Newport. Newport's a nice car. Big car. Newport is a full-size sedan, dude. Those things are huge. I have, see this green one? I have that car. That's what my Coronet looks like. Only it's B5 blue. It looks like that. But I don't want to sit here and talk about cars. Don't get distracted. Come on. But yeah, that's what my car looks like right there. I have that exact car. How much trunk space do you want? The Newport Pop? Dude, you could sleep in there. Like, sideways. You know. From back tire to back tire, you could probably sit there and stretch out, man. The Newport has a huge trunk. Heck, the Coronet has a huge trunk. I'm just looking around. Looking around. Hey, Plymouth Satellite. Nice. But I don't want to call it Project Satellite Sport Wagon. That would be very strange. The pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. Dude, look at all this cool stuff that Chrysler made. L700 tilt cap. Look at all this cool stuff. Look, this is neat. That thing, the AML is really cool. Not many of those around. Monaco, Roadrunner. It's the same car the B-52s drove in Love Shack. Since Chrysler made the Saturn, call this one Uranus. Opens up some great content possibilities. You want me to call it Uranus? I was thinking calling it Project Hemi. Because Chrysler makes a Hemi, right? Project Hemi. If it got a Hemi in it, oh yeah. Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright, so first thing we got to do is get some measurements. Let's, so this gives us a decent idea of the measurements here. What you're working on. Stubborn, I'm starting a new engineering challenge project here, like how Star Raker was a challenge project. This is Project Hemi. It is a capsule-shaped, single-stage to orbit vehicle. What I want to do with this is make a build the SSTO, and I want to build the pad to go with it. Yep. Don't learn the lesson twice. Build a subscale version first. We'd have to build, we'd have to build a complex for it. We'd have to build a launch complex for that, but I could, sure. Yeah, it's a hemispherically shaped SSTO, right? Has it got a Hemi? No, it is the Hemi. Yeah, also mine's not going to have turbo jet lift engines. I'm not doing that. Pronounce Hesto. Yeah. Nice. I'll improve upon your methods. Drogdor strikes again. I'm thinking. I mean, dude, we could do subscale. Like I don't see why not. What I'm thinking is, okay, so I mean, subscale would actually probably be a good idea because what I want to work on first, where I want to focus is, well, okay, let's think about this thing's mission profile, right? What do we want this to do? What do we want our SERV to do? Well, it's an SSDO, so we need to have a pad, and the pad needs to have fueling, you know, a fuel farm on it. We need to be able to attach fuel trucks to it. We need the guides like what we had with the Freedom rocket. That's not a big deal. That's pretty straightforward to engineer. That's the easy part. Okay, so now I'm not worried about that. And honestly, I'm not worried about making the cranes either. The cranes shouldn't be too bad. Like, truth. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. So, hemispherically shaped combustion chambers. I mean, rockets have cylindric combustion chambers, but they could be hemispherical shaped. Depends on what you're doing. So, okay, this thing takes off, right? We launch it. It gets up into space. Now what? We're on orbit. We jettison the MPAF, right? Or CPAF, like configurable payload attachment fitting. What would be the personnel module in this design, right? I want to have a small crew access vehicle that you could put on the top because that's what they wanted. And I like that idea. But the vehicle doesn't have to have that on the top. So, like, the cargo bay goes right down the center, right? So we could put the attachment fitting up there if we wanted to. We could fly the attachment fitting, but it doesn't need to have the shuttle on top. Straightforward. It doesn't need to have it. So the thing gets up into space, say it doesn't have it. It'll pop the top, right? And that payload attachment fitting will have like RCS on it. And, you know, say that propulsion, you know, now that separates the satellite and then that goes off, that flies off into space, or we make it slightly suborbital, we pop the top off and then the vehicle circularizes, right? If the payload is not attached to that. But yeah, okay, no, we don't want that either, because then the whole the SERV will deorbit. When it gets up into space, yeah. Yeah. So if we're not flying with this on there, what the heck is the PAF going to do? Well, so we'd have to jettison that, and it would basically deorbit, right? The real design called for like an opening top, like a can opener almost, like you'd open up a can, like the whole nose cone will rotate out to the side. I don't want to do that. That makes integration really like complicated when you bring it back down onto the ground, because I have to open this thing up and then I have to take a crane and I have to drop payload in and we have to hope it's lined up, etc., etc. I'm going to make it so that thing can be taken off. Basically, we just deorbit that, payload goes where it needs to go. Done. KSP1, what happened to 2? 2 is in early access. It's not nearly as fleshed out as KSP1 is, Omega. So, when they patch the game, I go and play that for a little while. But KSP2 really isn't it's not cooked enough yet to be able to do these complex kind of projects. The kind of projects that I like streaming and I like doing. It's not really good for it just yet. But like I said, KSP1 wasn't good for these technical projects either when it first came out, so just give it some time. It just needs more time in the oven, that's all. How fast would a vehicle have to spin to create artificial gravity? RPM rate is entirely Angular momentum is entirely determined by your distance between the fulcrum and you. So, Tigris, that's not... The RPM is not the right question to ask. How far away are you from the part that pivots? That's the right question to ask, because the fulcrum length right there would denote RPM to induce the acceleration that you need to mimic gravity. Why does it look like rockets are meant to be phallic shaped? Have you ever seen those, Wolfie? They don't look like that. Feels like a bag of sand. What happened with Star Raker? I stopped working on Star Raker Panic when Starfield came out. Star Raker, it works. It has some problems with the ascent, but yeah, I did get it up into space. But the thing about Star Raker is that it's 1,600 parts. I mean, I ground out a flight prototype, and it was beautiful, man. I really like that project. But yeah, sometimes in Kerbal, what you got to do is just shelf it and work on another project. Because I kind of got to the point where I wasn't really sure what we would have to do. Wasn't really sure. I came to the point where I had to make some pretty crazy design decisions, and that would have involved basically disassembling the craft file, the entire thrust structure on the craft file, and redesigning it. And that's gonna take a good amount of time. You know, sometimes you just gotta switch it up, dude. That and Starfield kind of, yeah. Basically, the entire month of September was blanked from my existence. Starfield came out in late August, and now we're here, and I don't even remember the last couple of weeks. I played so much. Random question, would it be possible to mod a part into KSP that's just a flat plane with this or any other blueprint on it? You could use it in the background. Yeah, of course. Makes sense, yeah. Starfield was my whole month as well. Haven't tuned in because I didn't want spoilers. I didn't play any spoilers for the first 2 weeks, dude. I don't know if you ever got that memo, but yeah, I understand, dude. Yeah. It's fun, dude. It's a fun game. Starfield's really good, Panic. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, dude. In that month of September, I put 200 hours into the game. That's a lot. That's a lot, dude. I haven't played a game that hard in a long time. But yeah, cool. I want to get back into doing pads and stuff, dude. I got the itch to do pads, and there's no pads with Star Raker, you know? Why the switch back to KSP 1 instead of 2? Wizard, I can't really do the technical projects in KSP 2 to the fidelity that I want in KSP 2 just yet. That I can do in KSP 1. Does that make sense? Like, okay, I'll give you an example. KSP 2 doesn't have the arrow UI window. The arrow UI window is good to watch, but I also use the UI window, like when we go to launch, to teach people about like max Q, teach people about rates, degrees radian, like degrees a second radian, degrees a second angular. Like, I can use that to teach people how spacecraft fly, not just like, oh, prograde burn, oh, retrograde burn, oh, this burn, that burn. We gotta. KSP 2 needs more time in the oven. It needs more time in the oven, dude. Yeah, KSP 1 was like this 10 years ago. You really couldn't do anything too incredibly technical in it, and look what it grew into. It grew into my all-time favorite video game. But even, like, back in 2013, when I started streaming, 2013, 2014, dude, like, I could only really come up with about three-hour streams 3 times a week worth of content for KSP 1. Like, that's all I could really do. Hey, Zay. What's going on? Starfield was fun for me until it got to NG+1. Yeah, we went to NG+1, Timo, and I'm like, that broke my addiction, believe it or not. I was like, this game is awesome, you know, and then, you know, we did spoilers, right, and we got to NG+1, and I'm like, this sucks. I'm not, alright, we're good. Yeah, Glory, hey. Gotta talk to people, dude. I'm patient though. I don't mind repeating it a bunch of times. That yeah, if you had a penny, you'd probably have like $20, dude. At this point, maybe even 50. You really enjoyed all the Daka-Dakas in Starfield. Right on, man. Right on. So yeah, just probably the best KSP player. It makes me wonder what a KSP speedrun would like. Mace, that about 10 years ago, people tried to make that a thing. People tried to like do competitive KSP. I actually did a couple with other streamers because we were trying to figure out ways to, you know, make KSP more fun for you guys to watch. Like me and two other OG streamers, it was Schmooglydorf and Shu. They're still around. They still come around from time to time. And we did speed runs to see who could get to the moon the fastest, starting from scratch completely. Me, I ended up coming in dead last, but my vehicle was the most reliable. Like, I remember this. Schmoog and Shu needed to, like, they got it and then their vehicle blew up and they had to try again. I built a vehicle and I took the time to make the vehicle and I came in dead last. They'd gotten to the moon a couple of times, but they did it after a couple of reverts, right? The rocket didn't work. My rocket made it to the moon on the first try. But it was the rocket that came in last. But mission elapsed time for me was the shortest out of everybody. I distinctly remember this. Tiny Victory said hi, Victory. Right on. Brandy, 79-month resub. It's not like you didn't give KSP2 an honest try. I was wondering when you would throw in the towel. I mean, sequels, I played more KSP2 than we did Starfield. I played KSP2 for like 3 months straight. I really played it about as good as I could. It's just, yeah, it needs more time, that's all. That's it. But that's not a bad thing, guys. Like, I mean, we can play KSP 1. There's a new Hearts of Iron expansion coming out. Cities 2 is coming out at the end of the month. Like, I'm good. We got the Stormworks space expansion. Like, there's tons of good stuff. So I ain't like starving for content creation here. You know what I mean? I got plenty of stuff, dude. Snackless Stormworks space expansion. Yes. That's exactly how it sounds. Do you play StarCraft at all, Mista? SC is StarCraft, right? Or is that an acronym? Or Star Citizen? Mista, I don't play Star Citizen because I'm afraid that Star Citizen will do what Starfield did, where I'm just like, this is all I want to play, this is all I want to do, leave me alone. But Star Citizen would do that for more than just a month. Star Citizen you'd never see me again. And I don't want to do that. Yeah, there's also the flight simulator. Yeah, guys, we're good. I could use plenty of other STEM games to teach people, but Kerbal is always going to have a special place in my heart, always. Yeah, Elite Dangerous is the same way, Mista. I had the pleasure of meeting some of the guys that made that game at a TwitchCon one time. And I'm like, oh no, I can't play this. Oh gosh. Yeah, some of the guys at Frontier. Good dudes. Really good dudes. But yeah, dudes. KSP2 isn't at the point, it's not fleshed out enough to the point where we can get the technical fidelity that we get with KSP1 yet. But once again, KSP 1 at this time is the same way. So, it's going to take some time. Reindeer Frontier is just down the road from you. Yeah, I met some of the dev team. Really good dudes. And I was like, talk to me about Elite Dangerous. And I told them what I do, and they were like, oh, that's cool. And I'm like, they were telling me about the game, and they're like, you should play it. I'm like, I shouldn't play this. When to hand banana air, yep. You run out of stuff to do after a little while, and it turns into pointless grinding. You overestimate a bit. They're in Cambridge. Well, Reindeer, that's your Cambridge, not my Cambridge, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it'll do exactly what Starfield did. I'm not sure dude, I'm not even sure I should have played Starfield as much as I did, man. There were days where, like, people were asking me questions about space, and I'm like, no. Artifacts. Artifact, you don't understand, you know, like. Yeah, I got you, Reindeer. Yep. Is this SSDO still that big plane, or is this a new project? It's a new project, Drac. I wanted to start something a little new. I like Star Raker, but I want to build a project where we can build out a launchpad and reintegration structure. And too many things with Star nowadays. Star Raker has almost no ground equipment, so. Yeah, I wanted to get back into building all the integration equipment and building out the entire architecture. So, let's get back into defining the flight profile for this. So, this thing flies up into space. We jettison our payload, basically our fairing payload bay cap. We can just jettison that, right? Or what would be the interstage adapter. We could jettison that and it can deorbit, right? And then, you know, it deploys the payload. Is the one from before finished functioning good now? It works pretty well, Drac, but I got to a point where we needed to take the thing apart again and redesign it, and I didn't really feel like doing it. So, we shelved it, and we'll go back to it later. I do this all the time, for the people that don't know, over my, like, 10 years of tenure with KSP. Sometimes I shelve projects because I can't really figure them out. I just put it on the back burner, work on something else, and then I figure out how to solve them, and then we go back to it. It's probably what will happen. KSP2 die like the new Kerbals. Dude, come on, man. Guys, I'm trying to figure out what this thing needs to do, and everybody just wants to talk about Kerbal 2 all day. Like, it needs more time in the oven, fellas. I don't know what to tell you, but how far do you think we are from going back to KSP? I don't know, dude. I'm not on the development team. Guys, put me in a tough spot, dude. I don't want to sit here and ignore people when it comes to answering questions about KSP2, but I also want to work on this, you know? Like, but I don't want to be a jerk and ignore people. Let's talk about KSP3 then? Oh yeah, we could do that. That's fine. Still waiting on HSP2. Yeah, dudes. I don't know, Drac. I couldn't tell you. Like, I don't want to be that guy that's like, don't talk to me. I don't want to talk about KSP2, but I do want to figure this out. So, we're up in space. I decided last night that this thing can be, the nose cone is a disposable piece. Yeah. Hey, Janek, 4-month resub. I believe we'll see another Starship launch by the time KSP2 comes operational. Absurd, we're probably going to see a lot of Starship launches. KSP2 has a little ways to go, man. That's all. It's got a little ways to go. Anyway. Yeah, Drummer, it's not that people want to see KSP2, they just have questions about it. But I don't want to basically sit here and just answer questions about KSP2 all day. It's all good though. Like, it's not that I don't want to answer questions about KSP2. It's that I want to work on this. So let's get to it. So this thing gets up into space. We jettison the payload cover like you'd jettison a fairing, but we do it like on the way up into space. But how I had this designed is that we would have the payload be basically what's called a forward load reactor. So the payload that goes inside of the cargo bay would actually be attached to this the conic piece up here. And when we wanted to deploy the payload, we would separate the cone from the vehicle. We'd separate this interstage piece, the interstage adapter, with the payload attached to the back end of it, and then that thing could deploy the payload. It's symmetric, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can... SERV looked like that over there. See that thing? That's what it looks like. It's basically a capsule-shaped first stage. See, now, like, I was so sure about this last night, now I'm wondering, like, okay, so if we launch it with nothing on top of it, right? What the heck does this thing do? You know, how do we get... We have to deploy it to deploy the payload inside of the cargo bay. The payload bay is in the center of this thing, right? But if I deploy that and the payload's attached to it and I need to get rid of it, we deploy it and then separate the payload? Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Well, Snackless, my idea that I had when I decided to do this project last night was to make this thing, because like there's supposed to be like a Dream Chaser vehicle attached to the front. I wanted to make that conic part into Shooting Star, right? I wanted to make it into Shooting Star. That thing. The service module for this. But... And then what I wanted to do on top of that was hang a payload from the back of the Shooting Star here. And hang the payload like a forward load reactor. Or just a load reactor like Neutron. We could hang a second stage in here. We could hang a payload in here. That would make it so like, if I was sending like this, say we wanted to use this to send something out to the moon, right? To send this out to the moon. We could have the transfer stage inside of the cargo bay. Heck, we could even have a lander in a transfer stage inside of the cargo bay. And if we wanted to send it, all we'd have to do is get the SCRV up into space and just deploy it. That's it. Just separate the interstage, and the lander and the stage will go with it. And it works like a service module for your crew vehicle, right? Exactly like Shooting Star. And then we have a payload attached to the back. You'd have the lander attached to the back. That would make it so when you're on orbit, right? If you launch it with like a crew vehicle on the top, right? All you have to do is just separate it. Easy peasy. There's no like even like Apollo where you had to separate the CSM, go pluck the LEM off of the thing and then go, right? Like this would just make it to send the whole thing right out. Like the longeron pins, like you said yesterday. Yeah, I don't really understand why you would use longeron pins, because the way you integrate this is straight in and out of the cargo bay, not from the side. That idea didn't make any sense to me yesterday. We have to put payloads in this way, not from the side like the shuttle. So a pin bracket that's going horizontal like this isn't going to work. Make the load reactor and forward cone part of every payload, like the longeron pins, like I said yesterday. Well, yeah, of course, that's given. But now I'm talking about mission profiles. So say we don't have Dream Chaser up here, or I was going to put Dart on top of this thing because I think that would be cool. Say we don't have that, though. Now what? So we would need to we'd need to detach the personnel module so we can get the payload out. But in order to do that, we could detach the personnel module and it deploys the payload. Right? It'll take the payload with it. Now what? Do we detach the payload from our Shooting Star? We detach it from there? And then, okay, so now we do that. Now we have SERV our shooting star, which has propulsion, and then the payload's going away, why don't I just reattach the PAF? Like, we were talking about making it disposable, why don't we just reattach it? Would even an X-20 dinosaur module even work? Yeah, Tigris, something like that. We'll do a small space plane attached to the front. And the forward cone and load reactor is part of the payload, which doesn't necessarily need to be a full shooting star. The first stage comes back without a topper. Whenever you say small space plane, why does Dart always come to your mind? Because that 10th, that, believe it or not, was like one of the only times I've built small space planes. I usually don't build tiny little space planes like that. I build shuttles, right? Like, yeah, I know, Aqualex. That's not the part I'm getting hung up on. Dude, I already have the drawings. I drew these last night. I already have the drawings for exactly what I want. It's right there, see? See? I already drew that out. That design I have basically locked in. I'm wondering about what we do with all those extra payload attachment fittings, because when we have like a Dream Chaser craft attached to the top, and we separate it, it's easy because the PAF just goes with Dream Chaser. And then when Dream Chaser is done with its mission, it separates before re-entry and it burns up. So, if we're launching this thing without that, I mean, you're saying integrated into every payload. I understand that, but it's an attachment fitting. So, was Star Ranger too big for Kerbal? It did end up pushing the limits too much, physics. Yeah, it was hardcore. It was a cool vehicle. I saved it. Like, we'll work on it some other time. But yeah. So like what Aqualex, basically where I'm getting at is just trying to figure out the mission profile. That's trying to figure out what this thing does. Where does it go? How does it work? So with the crew version and the, you know, we'll call it just the shooting star. With our shooting star piece, with a crew vehicle on top, the mission profile is pretty solid. You know, the thing will come back without a topper. Now what if we're launching in cargo? This is just, the PAF is empty on the top and there's just a nose cone there, or even just leave a docking port, right? So now this thing separates. And does it take the cargo with it? I'm trying to make on-orbit operations with this thing simple as possible. I.e., don't run into a scenario like with the shuttle where we have to use an arm to move everything into position, or we have complicated spaceflight operations. Like, what I would really ideally want is this thing gets into space, right? Or this thing gets up close to space and it jettisons the nose cone when we're in cargo mode. But in order to do that, the payload couldn't be a forward load reactor. We'd have to find a way to mount the payload in here as well. So basically where my mind is going is that we could make it have a forward load reactor. We could make it so we can attach payload there, or we could make it work like a forward load reactor or just a straight load reactor, or we could just attach payload inside of the payload bay. But now that begs the question, how do we do that? How do we, you know, like I asked you about the longeron pin, like loading from the side versus loading from the top. How do we configure our payload bay? Maybe, Drac. part of the cargo. Did you have to worry about what you did with all the payload longeron pins? No, you just leave them on the payload. Well, Snackless, Shooting Star can fly by itself, dude. It doesn't need Dream Chaser attached to it. It has its own avionics and propulsion system. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. I don't know why Sierra doesn't say that. They've talked about it in press conferences and stuff, but they never tell anybody that. Shooting Star can free fly. Yeah, absolutely. The top opens up like Star Raker. Well, that's what the original plans called for, Apocalypsis, basically open and closed. But I like the idea of using this as a service module for a crew vehicle for launching with it. What if everyone's doing this the hard way and we dig instead? We must go deeper. Then we use the tug to extract it from the payload bay. Yeah, Snackless, that could work too. I mean, that would be the simple solution, dude. Yeah, that would be the simplest solution. Yeah, that could... But, like, Snackless, my thing is like, if we're just trying to launch payload, I mean, and Oculus, what you're saying is good too. I like that. I like that idea. Just make it part of the payload. So you want to deploy the payload, just deploy it, right? And the PAF is part of the satellite bus structure, for instance, right? But there might be a scenario where I don't want to build that thing in. So say we have a payload, right, that we want to bring back down. Well, if we want to bring it back down, we just redock it. It's really easy. But say we have an upper stage with a lander on it, right? And we launch it and it's PAF lander stage, right? We obviously got to take that apart so we could land like on the moon or something. And then what do we do? I just basically don't want to make it so we have like 1,000 PAFs just sitting up there. But the answer to that, right? The answer to that would be to make this just make it open up like a payload bay door. Right? That would be the easy solution. But if we did that, all the qualities that it has of being a shooting star basically that's not going to happen anymore. The R&D is already over budget. I'm going to have to cancel this program. All right, cool. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, turn the music back on. We've been doing R&D for like an hour, man. Damn. Why would you ever have spare PAFs floating around? You never had longeron pins floating around. We're coming up with the stakeholder expectations for building that. It's a capsule-shaped SSTO that's capable of mounting a small cruise space plane on the top, or not, or just a nose cone. Why did you ever have spare PAS? Well, I don't understand how you're not getting this. I'm not explaining exactly what I want here. Snackless, the way I'm approaching this in my head is as a second stage almost. Servy, nice, gets into orbit, and then from there the nose cone is the expendable second stage in a similar sense to a like Forgot. So it's a kick stage. Then in that case, the payload always attaches to the top. It's in KSP 1 series, yep. Build it in Juno. No. No. Why not attach the nose to a ring that would move with the hinge? Well, yeah, Zay, what I'm really trying to do, guys, is make the orbital operations with this thing as simple as possible. Like, I would really like this to be as simple as, like, hitting a decoupler to jettison the payload, but making the interstage piece into a shooting star style thing, it's going to get in the way because it's covering up the payload bay, because that's basically your payload bay door. Yeah, see, like, this is the kind of stuff that it pays to figure out now, so when we go to build it, we know exactly what we need to do. I got most of this stuff figured out in my head. That was just one thing that I'm like, eh. Use the nose cone as a hinge. Plus, if you're building a station, that thing could go and take it all the way to the dock, and you won't even need to get SERV close for the sake of part count. That was my idea, using it as shooting star snack list. That's that's the idea, right? So SERV, the SSDO, could just come back down with no PAF. And then if we pick the thing up and bring it over and make another pad, like bring it over back to the pad, payload integration is easy. All we have to do is just have the payload attachment fitting, right? So the cone, and have the payload hanging from it, and then just done. Easy. Simple, right? That's the idea. It having the nose cone jettisonable instead of, like, there's a freaking small bug in here. Come on. Having that thing jettisonable, right? Instead of having it hinge, eliminates complexity. It eliminates complexity from the vehicle, and it makes it makes integration as simple as the, remember the Freedom rockets, the cigarette rocket? It makes it that simple. That's what I mean about making this simple. We got to think about the end-to-end architecture, and that's what you're doing. But yeah, that's where I'm going with this. You're not doing what I think you're doing. What I think you're thinking of doing. Huh? Do we have a 96-foot heat shield? I have my ways, Cirrus. With some ant engines and some parachutes, you could also recover the nose cone. 154 Mavans. You are, okay. Make the nose cone its own biconic re-entry vehicle. I'm thinking. Nice. That's the other. Oh boy. That's another project that was a space shuttle idea. Yes, that's as ridiculous as you think it is. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. That freaking dick, boy. Killer clowns from outer space, and you pulled it off. You got this. Nodders. Nodders. I love that goober. That thing is just weird. Yeah, Rocket Guy made that. Yeah, he did, Panta. I forget what that thing is called. Star Clipper. Star Clipper? Lockheed Star Clipper. That's what it's called. It took me a second. Got a lot of information floating around out there. Alright. I think we've come up with enough solutions here. I mean, honestly, we could put Stoke's second stage on top of it, SERV. But then, once again, if it's uncrewed, how does it come back down? You make a crew nose cone instead of a space plane, 2 variants. I'm thinking. These aren't bad ideas. Hey Bill, what's going on? You want to do a big project like this, it takes a lot of time of just sitting here and staring at the wall, but that's okay, it's fine. As long as you guys are cool with it, I'm fine with it. We'll get to building here momentarily. Marvin could bring it back down. Is this the Artemisia rocket? Huh? Artemisia? No? Artemis. Oh no. This was a space shuttle. Oh yeah, Retro. It's all good. I was like, is that something I don't know? No, this was Chrysler, the car company, came up with this was a space shuttle. Believe it or not, their bid for the shuttle program. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, but it's not the stupidest idea when you think about it. What they wanted to do basically was make a single stage to orbit, so that's something that launches off the pad, no parts come off, right? And it makes it all the way up into space, and then it comes back down. Yeah, that was also an idea that they looked into. Yes, that is what you think it is. I'm trying to find that picture on this webpage. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. So the idea is that they would make the first stage basically capsule shaped, so it could come back down for re-entry, right? So they made it, that was their idea, make it capsule shaped. These are all the different space shuttle concepts that were proposed. That was Von Braun's original idea. That's a good idea. That morphed into the Saturn V, by the way. There's a lot of good technical stuff in here. Here we go. SERV without orbiter. Whoa. Huh. So it would have had a point on it in cargo form. But they still would have had the the attachment fitting. So you could either put a crew spacecraft up there, or you could put the nose cone, which is just a point. They probably it's like that for aerodynamics and stability. No, Artie, no one's ever done it. The closest we came was a project called DCX. Or Venture Star X33, which that's the wedge of cheese shaped thing that we made and the pads for it, and it blew up in my face. Yeah, remember that one? That was a good time. I don't know, man. Maybe it's better to make that thing open up on a cantilever. It might be better, and then just have a regular deployment system in here. But once again, if we do that that way, I don't like it. If we do that way, I mean, we'd have to make a no. I don't like that. I'm not in love with it. I'm trying to simplify the orbital operations. That's all. That's probably what we'll end up doing, Pigzig. What I'm trying to do is figure out the mission architecture. So I'll start by building we'll scale the numbers down for KSP, and then I'll cut those numbers in half to make a half-scale demonstrator, and we'll build that thing out. And we'll use that to mess with it. But there's some critical mission architecture things here. So what I'm trying to do is picture my head. So we have cargo inside. We have the nose cone at the top. We launch the thing. It gets into space, right? It gets on orbit. It opens up the nose cone, deploys the payload. Nose cone closes. It comes back down. That could work. I mean, that's why it wouldn't. There is some design challenges there. If I'm using the nose cone as a structural piece to be able to mount a crew vehicle on the top, right? Having this thing on robotics and having something like a robotic directly in the hierarchy like that, that's tough to reuse because the robotic parts move around. And now hybrid tech might be a good idea, but the fairing here is going to have same vessel collision for structure. So the hinges in here, which would also have SVI on them, they don't jive very well inside of a fairing, especially if they're off to the side. So I'm not sold on that either. That would make integration and it would make refurbishment and reuse a lot harder. That's why I really like the tug idea. You kill two birds with one stone. Second stage, and it's stronger. Yeah, Kerbal would jive a lot better with that than a can opener, right? Like a robotic deployment piece. The least amount of robotics we can use, the better, right? Hey, Stellar, what's going on? You got some weird news? Cool. Hopefully it's good news. Hopefully it's good weird news. You know, good and weird. Good weird. As opposed to bad wrong or badong news. Bad news is badong. Job offer on the SLS lunar lander. Which one? Which one? It doesn't... KSP doesn't like reusing robotics, Twisted. You have to implement a lot of reinforcement into the robotic if you want to reuse them a lot. So, long story short, it would be hard to make a hinge that's strong enough to be able to handle the forces in Kerbal of opening and closing that a bunch of times. Right? Especially when, you know, KSP, like, if I'm taking a crane and I put new payload in, like, yeah, it doesn't... Sometimes, like, when you dock two things together in KSP, they, like, magnetize and they pull them together, and that can strain parts and bend them, especially robotic pieces. Haha, I can't go into detail. Well, cool, man. You gonna do it? Just reading up on the Artemis program. Sounds highly ambitious going to Mars and such after. I hope everything works out. Slow and steady, Retro. This stuff takes time. But yeah, the goals are ambitious, but that's what you gotta be bold if you wanna do crazy stuff like that, man. It's important to be bold. Why climb the highest mountain? Why, years ago, fly the Atlantic? You think you're probably gonna not do it? We're just starting to get our prototype jets flight test segment, which is the most fun part, and I don't want to move to Alabama. Fair. Yeah, Marshall's heading up the lander. That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right, Yuri. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, jettisonable nose cone is fine. And we can have a variant that's a tug. We can have a variant that's not, etc., etc. So now, say we have the variant here that this is a dud piece. What do we do? How do we... You know what I think I'm going to do? Snackless and Zay and Knocklex and everybody else here that kind of usually looks over my shoulder with this stuff. I want to make it... I will make multiple variants of this. Not big variants. One of the variants is the tug variant. And the tug variant and the service module are basically the same thing. That's the same variant. Okay? You know, we'll give the provisions. Finished with Star Raker? For the time being, Milo, I kind of shelved it because I kind of hit a impasse with the design. So I'm working on something else for the time being. How plausible would it be to have the crew module integrated in with the vehicle? Just dock the entire SSTO to stations and whatnot. That would complicate on-orbit operations, Pigzig, because it's hard to get a vehicle this big docked to a space station. Yeah. Yeah, Pigzig, I don't necessarily want to do that. Once again, keep the orbital operations simple, and usually that involves not having a gigantic vehicle come near a space station, because then we get part count hell. Basically, if we don't do that, I can focus more on getting the space station, he said moron, more on making, like, we could make a bigger space station, or a bigger transfer vehicle, or a bigger base, or whatever. Oh yeah, it's an SSTO, 10th. It comes back down and propulsively lands. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that phase yet because we're still kind of messing around with on-orbit operations. Okay, I think making this replaceable and detachable is a good start. We'll go from there. All right, so on-orbit operations happen. We separate we separate this interstage adapter piece, right? But see, I'm wondering here, SERV without orbiters. See that? There's a pointed nose cone. That's 5 tons right there. Cargo container assumed, custom built as part of payload. Payloads adjusted to repeating orbits. Application, space tech transport, MERP retrieval, propellant carrier, S-4B Centaur space probes, general cargo carrier could be manned with modified Apollo command module? Wait, what? Delivery of large diameter hard... Holy shnikes. What the absolute snot. Holy heck. SCRV payload capability to circular orbit. 105,000 pounds to 28.5 orbital inclination. 95 nautical miles. 160 by 160. That's what the space shuttle can do. That's space shuttle payload capacity. Yeah, about 50 tons. No. That's not. No, the space shuttle's 25. That's 50. What the frick is this thing? Yeah, that thing could put Skylab into orbit, but how? I mean, well, the answer to that is that this thing is huge. But a 33-foot nuclear stage, that's not an S4B, dudes. An S4B is 6 meters, which is about 20 feet. That thing's bigger than an S4B. That's the size of a Saturn V second stage, which is 10 meters. Aqualex, don't complicate this. Make the orbital element plugs. If you need to bring one back down, just plug it in when you're up there after dropping off something else. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I believe these are ancient tribal masks that were made popular during the famous tribal wars of 1835 in Canada. I think Diversity is an old wooden ship that was made popular during the Civil War era. What's the red, Aqualex? Is the red... when you... Oh, that... When you were talking about the Copernicus transfer vehicle, that... the side tank thing, you're talking about a bracket that can hold the payload inside of the payload bay, right? Classic Ron. I don't think the executives, Rocket Guy, were worried about an old wooden ship, but nice try. This thing is actually pretty damn flexible. You could do a lot of stuff with this.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Now, I think that the shuttle is probably... I see why they didn't go with this. I see why they went with the shuttle over everything, but yeah. Hey, Wildin, 84-month resub. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Here, save him a jazz. We're gonna go into Rocket Research Pictures, and I'm going to put... We're gonna make a new folder. SERV Research Pics. And yes. 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 Okay, cool. Dude. Red is propulsion elements, just rough concepts. Yeah, I got you. with SpaceX tech, the first stage RTLS, it returns from orbit, Jim. Yeah, Stellar, for whatever reason, this stream just attracts EROW students and graduates. I couldn't tell you why. Very weird. Very, very weird. In fact, check something. I'm looking for something here. Is ever expanding, which is nice. Oh, Rocket Guy, they changed the picture. They changed the picture, damn it! Shame. Turns out that his degrees are pretty useful and they have a really good relationship with NASA. They changed the picture! That sucks! Damn it! You moved on. Rocket Guy used to be on the
Discovery, no
used to be on the picture for their advertisement for the master's program, which is pretty funny. It was a picture of Rocket Guy. Oh, you found it? Yes. There's my boy there on the left. Yeah. Yes. Here, observe the man and woman in the Advanced Dynamics and Control Laboratory. Gen Z, 15 months. Classic awkward looking busy picture. Yeah, it's so weird, right? Like, EROW people everywhere. It's very strange. Anyway, yeah, Oglux, we'll figure out the intricacies to this later. We could either make it jettisonable or we could give it its own propulsion. I'm cool with that. That's fine. So now, how does this thing come back down? How do we... Actually, you know what? Okay, one last thing. This is the last thing I'll bring up about the payload attachment system. So if you look at this picture right here, large diameter hardware, I think it was either Snackless or Zay. One of you guys suggested making a configurable piece up here. So, you know, we can put it on a decoupler, for instance, or make the tug, or make an adapter for larger diameter stuff. We could do that. We could make it a modular piece. What do you think about that? We know the thing never flew. Kappa, okay. If you can't fit it in SERV, just slap it on top. This is seriously bananas, dude. I can't... That performance is nuts. For what it is, that's 50 tons to Leo. That's really good. You could do a lot with this. Yeah, Gore-Tex, exactly. Yep. Either empty and open top, or with a plug docked back in for down mass payload. And notice the rectangular component that's common to all your proposed ideas. That's what I was wondering. That's what I asked you when I said, what is the red? You said propulsion. What is this? It's like a rack, right? Like a case, and you know, What if we made the case telescopic? Not the nose cone. Dump the nose cone. But what if we made the case kind of move in and out of the payload? Nah, that wouldn't jive well if we tried to do something like this. No. The green is the internal payload confine. Oh. Oh, that's green. I'm stupid. Eyes, man. What do you want? Yeah, pistons. Nope. I'm just... Yep. Okay. Nah, don't worry about it. It's all good, dude. What colors contrast best? Maybe I should take more than 2 seconds to look at it. Yeah, I can see that they're red and green differences, but... Freaking eyes, man. That's on me, dude. Veljex, what are you saying? My workplace once did a photo shoot of the office for a new website. They swapped me for a model and kept the rest of my team. Oof. Alright, Snackless. Okay. Yeah, I think just developing some type of hybrid tech docking attachment piece for this is probably the best idea. We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful about how that's all gonna be attached, but... Yeah, okay. What's the best way to tip or support? If actually, Stellar, gifting tier 1 or tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 subscriptions really helped me out because I qualified for Twitch's Partner Plus program, so I get a 70-30 split on all non-Prime subs, dude. Yeah, that's a really good way, or just hit the tip button down there, dude. Here now, first stage elements match the shadow. Yeah, I mean, that's... Contrast is what my eyes can see very well. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I got you. Tier 1 gifted subs do
Discovery,
count.
go at throttle up.
Yeah. Tier 1 gifted is fine. It's Prime subs that don't. Prime subs is still half and half.
Discovery, go at
and
throttle
you
up.
gifted 20. Damn, dude. You keep giving subs like that, I might have an E-Rail badge on me one day. That'd be kind of cool. I'd do it. I should. Maybe it's time. Don't worry, I wouldn't stop streaming. Thanks, Stellar. You're the freaking man, dude. Yeah, E-Route World, which I hear has been very good, so online classes. Masters in systems. I'm good at systems, Rocket. I like this part. This part's my favorite. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with the nose cone for now, but yeah, if we want to do this, we might need to make a modular subassembly up here to be able to change that if we need to. So, I mean, we'll take that, I'll take that into account, but yeah. Yeah, caveman. All the things to start. I mean, Rocket Guy, like, dude, okay. If we're gonna talk about this right quick before we start SCRV, dude, my math is so ridiculously bad right now. I would need to take a lot of refresher courses, man. Yeah, I haven't taken a calc course in 15 years. Like, and don't get me wrong, I can relearn it. I'm not worried about, you know, like integrals, differential equations, calc, trig, whatever. I can relearn it all. It's not a big deal. I mean, dude, I've sat here and figured out. We've sat here and brute forced what like specific impulse and overexpansion does in my head. I'm sure I can figure it out. I'm not like not doubting myself. What I'm kind of asking is like, I would need. Where would I start, dude? I basically gotta start from scratch. I would want to start from scratch to make sure that I learn it right. And Stellar, thank you very much, dude. Thank you for the 20 subs. That helps me a lot. Khan Academy, in your opinion? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Nose cones stay in orbit, they're structural to the payloads. If it comes back down, it's open top like Falcon 9's first stage. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got you. Honestly, that's what you use for refreshers. So, okay, yeah, Khan Academy, I get, Rocket Guy. I can use that for, you know, refreshing this stuff and learning. Like, what, for somebody that needs to basically start from zero, should we go for that master's in systems engineering? Or should we do undergrad, like AE or something? Like, that's what I'm asking. Should we jump for that? I think I've asked you this before. I'm pretty sure I have, but I forgot what the answer was. Systems shouldn't require a lot of mathematics. There should be a syllabus and requirements that can be found. All right, cool. I was just asking off the top of your head if you knew what would be like kind of more in the ballpark. But yeah, cool. Thanks, man. Well, Taylor, we're just talking about it. But anyway, let's get back to SCRV.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If you can get put into the MS program directly, go that route. Cool. Systems is less mathematically involved than, say, specific AE tracks. Definitely know the basics like integrals, derivatives, and linear algebra. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. It's not that I don't know the math. It's that I'm not fresh out of high school. Fresh out of high school was 20 years ago, dude. For me. I gotta start from scratch. No, it isn't. Okay, it's not 20 years. It's 17. How in the snot was that 17 years ago? What the How did that happen? That's weird, man. So, Stellar, you went straight from 2 bachelors of science, aero science pilot program, and aero astro engineering. So I skipped my MS and went right to the PhD at Purdue. Cool, man. That's awesome. Hey, 06 Grab, what up? Yeah, Jay. I'm not even like, dude, it's not even like, oh my god, I'm so old. Like, dude, that's a lot of time. That's a lot. Yeah, I'm not good at math. Exactly. See what I'm doing? Thank you. Yeah, see? That's what I'm trying to say. It'll save you time and money. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, Jay, I don't know. Yeah, when did we get into our third? When the hell did that happen? Shotzi! 1 year. Hey, so those canards at the front? No, it's a MERP. Can't you read? MERP. That is what that says, right? That says MERP. It's a MERP. What are you, MERP? MERP. MERP nerds. MERP mop. Right, Cyllinen? Like, what the hell, dude? Alright, anyway. Okay, the cap pieces, that's fine. I got that. This is good. I don't care. The green one I already downloaded. It's fine. The gray one's cool, too. Okay. So, actually, I'm noticing, if we look at this, right? The cap piece is actually... It's not, like... It doesn't... The conic part doesn't actually start right here. See how there's a slot right there? If I make it like that, we can have an adapter. No problem. Easy. That would be... Yeah, we could... Yeah, okay, cool. I have that figured out. Yeah, that would slot in for an adapter, so we could just make a straight adapter. So when they go to make something like this, see? That same piece is right there. So you could have... Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah. But I don't think that that's the same thing. Okay, I need to go run really fast. Been doing documentation all day for the FAA. Right on, man. Maybe back if you're here in an hour or so. I'll be here for like another 5 hours, dude. Don't worry about it. I'll see you then. Okay, so yeah, we'll figure out what we want to do with the adapter. So okay, now we have this thing coming back down with no adapter cap. That thing gets popped off. The cargo bay is basically an open interstage. I do, in case we want to bring payload back down, I want to make a way to be able to dock payload in it. So we can have a place to hang payload right there from the vehicle, or a place to stack it down here. We could do either one. So for down mass, we'll have another stacking port down there. All right, simple as that. So how does this thing come back from space? I mean, the idea is that it's basically going to work like a capsule, but we're going to have it be slightly asymmetric in some way, shape, or form. The reason why it needs to stay asymmetric is I already showed this today, but I'll show it again. Is because we need to be able to modulate the lift of the vehicle. Like that. I'll leave this open to the viewer. Thanks for all the support, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. We need to make the center of mass offset from the vehicle's long axis here. And that will give us the cross range to be able to make it propulsively land. We got to be very accurate with this thing. It has to be accurate. And we have to... Flying through KSP's Suposphere is going to be really difficult. But we should be able to do it. I'm almost thinking... a more oblong shape like Stoke would probably be better. In the last 10 minutes, we touched on the two worst things ever. Math and running. Interesting. Combine the two and calculate the number of steps required to say hell no. Yeah. Yeah, I see it, Aquos. Yeah. I know. Yeah, you're talking about that sucker right there. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I see that. And it, we have to make a dud one that has some Separatron motors on it. If the thing gets up into space, we turn the thing retro and fire and separate it, and it zoops out and deorbits, and then we deploy the payload using the bottom attachment piece. Simultaneously, we could do the forward load reactor as well. Bottom docking port, top docking port, easy. We could even make a trunk piece that could fit in there and hold payload and have it work like a partial forward load reactor. So the stage doesn't move around. Or whatever's in there, if it's tall, doesn't move around inside of the vehicle. Could attach it front and back. But have the master port on the back so we could still pop the capsule off and then yeet the payload out. Or, if we have the shooting star version, right, we can attach our whatever the payload is in there, and we have a crew vehicle up top. We can attach whatever payload is in here right to it, and then just pop the thing out, and the payload goes with it, and the vehicle comes back down. Done. Easy peasy. The forward load reactor, or just the load reactor in general, was what I'm trying to figure out. Is what really I wanted to get right in my head. Is every payload a load reactor payload, or are some of them stacked? And if we have a stacked payload, it adds a step to integration, but it's not that big of a deal. That's that's not too complicated. Anyway, all right. So the vehicle comes back down, right? Comes through re-entry, and it has the offset center of mass so we can modulate and get our cross range so I can steer this thing back to KSC. When it comes back to KSC, we come down and land. Now, here's the thing. This is where this gets complicated. Because we don't want jet engines. So the original SERV called for jet engines on the side. There's turbojets here, and then there's air intake ducts around the rim of the widest part of this thing. And how this thing was going to work is it was going to come back down, slow down enough, fire up 26, yes, or no, 24 jet engines. Yes, 24. And 24 jet engines, this thing would come and VTOL back down and land kind of like a Harrier almost. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. What exactly is a load reactor? A load reactor is used in rocket science that is basically hanging stuff. You hang the payload. You hang it from the top instead of holding it from the bottom. Yeah. So like Atlas, the Atlas that we watched launch today, Twisted, has a Centaur forward load reactor. Basically, the fairing is structurally holding the top of Centaur up. And when the fairing separates, the pieces there to hold the Centaur to the fairing have to jettison as well. They're C-shaped pieces and it pops off. How much does a jet engine weigh? A couple tons, Cloaked. Yeah, I don't want to do the jet engine thing. That would be really hard to land, because modulating the thrust between the jet engines to get the thing to stay on a nice even keel and not flip over, really difficult. This is where Stoke comes in, and Stoke's control systems. That's what's going to be really, really important to get this right. So, how does Stoke do it? And this is kind of what makes the Stoke system really, really smart. Stoke recently did a hopper test. They recently did a hop test with their test article that has engines that are very similar. They have engines that are very similar to how SERV was going to have engines set up, right? They have a metallic heat shield, and if you notice, the metallic heat shield has frost on it because they use the cold propellants to keep the heat shield cool, making it reusable, so it's not an ablator shield, right? They run the propellants through the heat shield and then through the nozzles on each one of these engines, and then that's what drives the turbine, right? So with stoke, when they're coming into land, the thing does have RCS on it. But the RCS on this thing is only like this. It's used for re-entry heat shield angle modulation. So basically it only has roll control RCS on it. How Stoke plans to come in and land this thing, right, is by modulating the thrust of each one of these things. So if it needs to go one way, one of these rocket engines is throttleable. Like that one, you can modulate it, and it basically can move back and forth. You lower the thrust limiter or raise the thrust limiter on one side, lower it on the other, and then you can go back and forth. That is probably where we should start. If we're going to make a test article, I need to basically make sure I can make something like what Stoke is doing here in stock KSP work correctly. I think I can do it. I think I have a way. So what we really need to do is make a test article. I gotta make a test article with thrust modulation systems to make sure we can input a cal controller and be able to keep this thing directly on an even keel with no RCS. That's part of the reason why I don't want to use jet engines. I think that Stoke's way would be better. The way that Stoke is doing it is a more feasible solution in KSP, which is why I'm taking ideas from Stoke and the cool ideas from the SERV and some ideas from Dream Chaser, because I'm trying to figure out a way to implement SERV in Kerbal and make it the most viable that we can in KSP. Exactly, Aqualux, yeah. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't have to make all the engines throttleable. Could they get away with like 4 or 6 of them? I don't see why not. Well, we have roll control with the RCS element, right? So yeah, if we have like 8 engines all the way around, we only need to make the modulating thrust engines at 12, 3, 6, and 9, right? So the thing can go forward, back, left, right. Yeah? Did you see iRacing just pick up the NASCAR license to produce a console PC game? No, that's cool though. The turbine leg on a jet to throttle for maneuvering would be pretty hairy to compensate for. Yeah, and Twisted, this thing is the size of a freaking battleship, man. Well, not a battleship. It's freaking huge. It's 100 feet wide. There's no way you're doing that with a jet engine correctly, unless they're using some type of tap-off RCS, in which case we can't do a tap-off RCS in Kerbal, which, once again, favors Stoke's solution. All right, let's roll. Let's change. This is the Mastercraft file, so we need the VTOL demo. Thrust, VTOL thrust. The VTOL thrust modulation demonstrator. All right, so we need to basically make, we'll do it small scale. I need to make engines that work kind of like Stokes do. So, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? The way you do rapid responses with variable nozzles, it's too bad we don't have that in KSP. Okay, let's take a look at the engines here. What variables do we have that we can mess with a cal controller? Thrust limiter. So we have thrust and gimbal. Okay. I'm thinking, dudes. For aero control, maybe you can take a page from DCX. Now, I would like to try to implement a system like Stokes. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to do that first. All right, so... Okay, I'm going to build something. Let's go. So, give me... This thing is not going to fly. It's basically the demonstrator. So, give me a 2.5 structural tube. Just attach that to the back. Okay, so now we're going to need a probe core. I don't want any probe core torque. We need... So that's stability assist, prograde, retrograde, radial, normal. Hold radial, normal attitude, hold. That's fine. We can use that one. So now we're going to need fuel tanks to make this work. Okay. Now we need engines. So in this demo, this represents the outside of the that's the heat shield basically. So, you know, just to look cool, we'll put a heat shield on it. Right. Okay. So now we need batteries. That should be fine. Now, we're going to need a combination of engines that basically do something like this, right? Now, what's the thrust to weight on this thing? Okay, it's 356. That's, yeah, this would be fine to work. What's the burn time here? 24 seconds. All right, so maybe set these to 50. Right, for now. And now we set them to 50, it burns for 50 seconds. Because I need it to be able to hover around for a little while. Thrust TWR is 1.78. Alright, that's fine. That's cool. Alright, so now I'm thinking, how are we going to do this? So basically what we need is a way to modulate the thrust here. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to remove that from sim, and then I'm going to remove this from symmetry as well. Okay. And then we'll take this one right here, remove that from symmetry, and then take that one right here and remove this from symmetry. So what I need here is if we shut that engine off, see, it moves, or turn this engine down, right? You know, it's at 50, so if we put it to 10, that's 20% thrust, right? If we bottom it out at 10, that's going to move my center of thrust away from my center of mass. The center of thrust being offset to the center of mass will now, this would make it rotate in this direction here. Simultaneously, if we throttled this one back up to 50, and we went over here, and we move that one down, it'll pitch it in the other direction. Easy peasy. And then that one, and that one would do the same thing. That would handle pitch on 12 and 6. Pitch control is on engine that's at the 12 o'clock position and the 6 o'clock position, so positive and negative pitch. And then positive and negative yaw would be on the motors that are at the 3 and the 9 position, right? Now, partially automated Atomac. I should be able to do it. I'm not too concerned. I should be able to get it. I think I can do this with modulating cal controllers. I'm pretty sure it can be done. But this would be the first place to start here with our design, because it's a good place to start because, well, hang on. It's a good place to start because, yeah, we can make the SSTO, and we can make the SSTO work. And if we get it up into space and deploy its payload, it's all fine and dandy, but the thing is supposed to be fully reusable. So a good way to do this is if you're starting a project for building a launch vehicle like this and you want it to be reusable in any particular way, right? Start with what makes the thing reusable. That's what they did with the space shuttle. What was the first space shuttle missions? Landing tests. Because if you can't land, who cares if it works, right? So that's why I'm starting with landing. That's what Stoke is doing with their test article. That's not an SSTO. That's just the second stage. But they have to make sure that the second stage can work and it can maneuver around to be able to do precise landings, which is in the scope of what they want their entire rocket to do, right? That's really important. So our SERV is going to be freaking... You want to see how big this thing's probably going to end up being? It's probably going to be that big, that wide in diameter, if I had to guess. Maybe even a little bit bigger. And because it's going to be like that, we really, really have to make sure that I have a precise control system, or else we're going to have a big problem. If I recall correctly, if two or more of the cals of the same priority apply to the same slider, the input's average. That's the kind of stuff I have to check. I have to check and be sure of. Because if it's an average, dude, we could probably handle that. That's not a problem. Not really that big of a deal. Actually, hang on one second. This is for orientation, so I can tell what is the top of the vehicle. And I'll put the avionics package in here. And then up here, up at the top, no Ponzister, but that's cool. Alright, so I think what we're gonna need, we need two cal controllers, I think. One for pitch and one for yaw, right? Okay, so if we go in here, pitch controller, right? And then this one is our yaw controller. And now we're gonna need RCS to be able to roll the thing. So a cool way that I've done RCS in the past is something like this. Wheelchair. You're playing Starfield. That's cool, man. I'm playing KSP right now. Cool. Now there's our roll controllers. Now we're going to need monoprop tanks. That looks like it's all built. That's you and the fuel tanks melded together. Actually, that looks like an oxidizer tank and a liquid fuel tank. But hey, it's alright. So these ones right here, we're going to change their actuation toggles to just roll. That's all we want them to do. So only when I put a roll input on the joystick is when I want those RCS to fire. Cool. I'm playing IT support for the next 8 hours. Oh, sounds fun. Right? And now we just need a landing leg system. Just some... It doesn't need to be like some crazy deployable thing. Just... Honestly, just some I-beams facing downwards. They can go through the heat shield for the test article, I don't care. I'm not doing what Stoke does and running stuff through. But then again, the gimbal. Oh, the gimbal on the motors. Well, those obviously don't have them. So you've decided you hate plastic engine components. Doing a coolant hose and an evap line cracked out of nowhere without me even touching it. Now I got to remove the intake manifold on a V6. Oof! Yeah, we're gonna have to lock the gimbals out. If we're using thrust modulation. But, like, now I'm thinking, like, could we just use the gimbals? They're already there, and we might not need a programmed system for this. But then again... Yeah. Hey, Bio, what's up, man? I like this shirt a lot, man. It's one of my favorite shirts. I'm not even kidding. I was just looking at KSP 2 again. The community seems upset. Alright. Stay mad. Stay mad. Like, I don't know what else you want me to say, dude. Yeah. You know, would it be cool if... Would it be cool if the game was like KSP 1's fidelity out of the box? But yeah, but the scope on KSP 2 is so much higher. Like, yeah, it's all good, man. It's just gonna take some time, dude. I don't know why people are getting all pissy, but whatever. Unless there's something they see that I don't, dude, which is possible. Who knows? items abandoned wherever. Yeah, we need that. So for now, waiting patiently. Here. Give me 1 second. Alright, so yeah, you'd need a configuration like this. That's what's going to work. Now, where do I, I want to place, I think landing legs would probably be better, but thinking the landing legs might probably be better to go there, but yeah, with no gimbal, it's fine. Where's the center thrust transform? Okay, cool. So that's never going to get in the way of the landing legs. That doesn't look right. Nah, I don't like that. You don't like it? Nah, I don't like it. Hey, Decency, what's up, dude? There. That's fine. That will work. Okay, so how are we going to do this? All right, five would be fine right there. And what we got to do is go into action groups. Then we need to go into the pitch controller and we need to select this motor. Yeah, thrust limiter is what I want. Thrust limiter. Okay, so now we take this and putting that thrust limiter on a ramp like this is what we want. Now, it's a 5-second controller, so insert time of 2.4 plus in a point, 2.4, and now I need to go over here plus in another point at 2.6. 2.6 value needs to read 50. And then the 2.4 value also needs to read 50. What this is doing is giving myself a dead zone. So when the cal controller doesn't have input from the pitch and yaw control systems, right? So like the joystick inputs, right? It'll center back here, because if we bind the cal controller to our pitch axis, in Kerbal, if you push forward on the joystick and let go, the joystick will recenter. It'll recenter the pitch controller, and it'll center it right back here. So if we go positive or negative in one direction, it'll modulate thrust between the two engines. So this one, we can copy it, paste it over here. This one needs to be the opposite. I don't ever want to shut the engine off completely, so the low zone should probably be set to 10. No. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Set them to 10. I mean, this is thrust limit, so... It is early access the way it is right now, Ty. That's the thing, dude. Yeah, it's EA right now. Yeah. Because we're working with half thrust value here, 25. It's got to be set to 0. Well, now, if we set that to 10 like that, that brings this thrust value... It has to be 10 removed from its maximum, so that would be 40. And that would give me a usable curve right there. That's making the motor thrust reciprocal, which is, yeah, that's probably a good way to do it right now. We'll test with this. And then this one right here needs to be reciprocal for that. So that one should have value 10 right there. And then this one should have value 40 right there. They should be opposites of each other. So now, watch. If we set this right here, and we bring this all the way to the left, one should be 40, the other should be 10. And then we bring it all the way to the right. That one should 10, that one should read 10, and that one should read 40. Whoop! Okay, pitch modulation. Pitch via thrust modulation. Okay, cool. All right, that's one. So now, if I take the Cal controller, we go back into action groups. So now we should probably test this thing. But let's take the pitch controller, right? And bind it to pitch. Bind it to play position. Pitch, and then give it an absolute control input. Okay. Cool. So let's put this thing out. Let's put the test article out. This thing looks like something from E.T. Give me 1 second, dudes. Yeah, differential throttling is what I'm doing here. All right, so let's give this thing a test flight. We're going to have to, we'll launch it. And we'll go from there. All right, let's take a look. Alright, so enable the SAS. Now let's take a look and see if our control inputs are working correctly. Yep. Okay. Alright, so let me adjust the volume here. All right, cool. All right, ready? Cool. Pitch input is working very well, actually. Nothing else is, though. Without any yaw input, yeah, turns out we, you know. So, that doesn't really work too well with yaw, to be honest. That doesn't, or not work too well with yaw. It doesn't work with the SAS. You just got back. You're scared and impressed. All right, well, let's get the yaw figured out here. Okay, save. Now go into yaw right here and take the yaw controller, yaw axis, select the yaw controller play position, absolute control, 20% input response speed. Done. All right, let's take a look. See what happens this time. Oh, Biohazard, are you still here, buddy? I mean to call out people if they're lurking. Sorry about that. Verify control input. Okay, RCS is on. Okay. Yeah, bio in here. It's all good. All right, let's go. Ready? Yep. Cool. The high thrust output is making the PID on the SAS overcompensate, so... Okay, ready? Let's try this again. Oh, no. Yeah, alright. Hey, yo, remember my Antarius video? I may have one-upped it. Ah. Got some proto-flight action going on here. Can you get it to a stable hover? I'll have to mess with the controls. We have to dial in the controls and we'll see. So this is coming from Vulcan, guys. Oh, it's this type of video. Okay. Headphone users. Headphone users. Yep, Vulcan. This is nice. Very nice. Yep. Yeah, I really appreciate what you're showing me right there. The sound propagating. The sound is propagating through the exhaust clouds. Watch right around here. The sound is so the vibrations that's induced from the sound is enough to actually cause pressure waves that are visible through the condensed clouds right there. Watch. See them pulsing? Oh, that's cool, man. That's real cool. One more time. Watch. See him pulsing around and stuff? Watch the clouds. That's awesome. Great footage, man. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, dude. Very nice. Very nice. Here, I'll link up the tweeterers. Look at all the debris. We're gonna do a programmatic assessment now. What does that sound right as the engine light? It sounds like a chair being dragged across the floor. It's the overpressure event star killer. That's what you're hearing. It's the engine turning on. Honk! They make the same kind of noise when they shut off too, but basically what you're hearing is the turbo pump spooling and the engine starting all in really rapid succession, and it makes a honking noise. Simultaneously, when they shut the turbo pumps down and they shut off a rocket engine, it makes that honk, the honk noise. Listen. Yeah. That's killer, man. Vulcan, we were thinking that they put some ballast in this thing, because the TWR off of the pad was actually really low. We were thinking like 1.1, 1.2. I think because of like loads and trajectory optimization, right? Like the loads from payloads, because those protoflight satellites are tiny. They're not very big. We were thinking there's maybe they may have put ballast in the payload fairing. No secret payloads today. All 3 objects from Kuipersat launch, 2 payloads, Centaur stage now cataloged. There you go. Why'd they put 4 Thunder Tower and not 1 big one? Because lightning can come from the sides in Florida. Give me 1 second, dudes. Okay, cool. Anyway. You could program your cals with curves instead of linear responses to make it easier. It'd make it easier to do fine adjustments. Yeah, curves could be better, dude. Let's see it again. Oh, buzzy, buzzy, buzz. Give me 1 second. Okay. Did he get the Rockstar going? Rockstar? Writing a novel? No, I'm just talking to KSP2 devs right now. You think I'm kidding? I'm noticing that the SAS can't input on the cal. I can input with the joystick, but the SAS won't. I'm wondering if there's a way to fix that. All right. Maybe if we went into the yaw axis control, normal control, reverse control, input response speed. Let's see if 300% does anything. Yeah, the SAS doesn't control input from the, like, it's not taking, I would expect the SAS inputs on the yaw pitch and roll would apply to the cal, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. Let's see if it does it now. Yeah, it's not, the SAS doesn't control it. Thinking.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nico. The tuck and roll landing. 10 on the... Did I stick the landing? 10 out of 10? What's up, dude? How are you? Hear me out. Hybrid Tech gimbals. Hybrid Tech gimbals aren't really... Yeah, exactly, Core. I'm trying to use thrust modulation for stabilization, but the fact that it doesn't pick up on the SAS is a real problem. That's not good. Keenblade, you want me to roll an ad? Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. Yeah, that's... I'm thinking. TWR right now with these at 0.25 is set. What if we set? Yeah, it's 1.77. So I'm thinking we split these up into landing engines, and steering engines, right? So the engines that are used basically to just point all the way down. That's the 4 that aren't bound to the cow controller. If I have better control over the TWR, this thing might be easier to control. So let's go here and do something like this. Yeah, how's that for a control system? It's pretty good. I mean, I'm still doing manual control. I'm the autopilot here. This is a test article. It's trying to pioneer... Josh, what I'm trying to figure out is the landing systems right now. I'm thinking how this is going to work. Let's hop it again. Let's see. Yeah, this is actually not too bad to control. Yeah. Now, what I want to see is if we send this thing to a higher altitude. If we send it to a higher altitude, would it be harder to control? Like, can we send it up there and can I like maneuver in and do a precise landing with it? So in order to do that, we're gonna need to go up. Hey, where do these stairs go? They go up. Maybe you can just use a touch of Python to bridge the SAS inputs over to the CALs. I wouldn't be against it, dude. Okay. Let's handle this, right? Cool. Alright. We're going up. It saved it, Flecken. Yeah. The electronics governing the communications and antennas. Signal condition electronics. Yeah. Yeah, you're not getting very far without those. Alright, ready? Yeet! Well, this is good. Okay. Ground's coming up awfully fast. Okay, come on, you. Oh, crap. Oh. Well, here's the thing, fellas. The arrow, when we separated, the arrow flipped the thing around, and I had to compensate for it, right? So I really couldn't focus on doing a precise landing. However, the fact that we did bring it back and I was able to use the modulating thrust to overcome that aerodynamic oscillation, actually, that's not bad, dude. That's not bad. I'm not 100% sure we would have been able to do that with gimbal. I didn't turn the ground altimeter on. I misjudged my altitude, so I shut the engines off, and then I was like, oh gosh, I'm higher above the ground than I should be. Where's the booter? Booter? Oh, it's up there. Booter. Come here, booter. Hey, look at that, you little meat. Look at that, you little meat. Good for you. Cool. All right, cool. That would have came down. All right, so that was pretty good. What I really, but that it was good, but that's not exactly what I wanted. The reason why that's not exactly what I wanted is because I'm trying to steer this thing. I wasn't just trying to land it. We already know it can land from the previous tests. I need to get this thing, I need this thing to go straight up. So the parachutes being on one side, I think, caused drag, which caused it to not work. So let's do another test here. Also, I'm seeing that roll control is not very good. Control systems testing, precisely. put a big SAS ring on it. That's fine for this small scale thing, Jim, but the real one's gonna be freaking gigantor, man. The real one's gonna be like the size of that concrete patch right there. I can't. There's no SAS that's gonna be able to overcome the moment of a spacecraft that's capsule shaped, that's the size of, I don't know, a water tower. Okay. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, see, thing's going straight up this time. Everything's looking good. We're nice and stable. Okay, the vehicle's in free fall. Alright, let's try to land it right in front of the astronaut complex. Ready? Not really how I wanted to do this, but... Okay, still got plenty of fuel. Yeah, when you're coming down like that, it's not too bad. That's not really the worst to control. But now pitch and yaw stability when the engines are off. Yeah, Cloaked, I've been doing this for a while, dude. I was actually thinking about landing it on the helicopter pad, but I decided not to. I wouldn't have had the fuel to do it, so I just put it in the parking lot. You know, just Jeb's car's right there, Val's car's right there, Bill's car's right there, and then this test article is there too, you know, that's fine. So, here's the thing. That's good. It's steerable. When we're in thrust mode, I can steer this thing, no problem. I'm not too incredibly concerned. Now,
Discovery, going.
Hey, Nova gifted us up to Cloak Toadstool. Right on. Test article is what Jeb came to work in. So, here's the thing. We want cross range. We want precise re-entry. We got to do this. How do we compensate? See what I'm talking about? We got to compensate for it. Pitch and yaw RCS would be all fine and dandy for this test article, Aqualex, right? But if we want to make this do that, then we got an issue here. Because now we need an offset. Now we need a COM offset to get re-entry and cross-range capability right to do this landing precisely. Like, that's probably going to be the hardest part of this EDL, and getting that big honking capsule to fly where I want it to. With the shuttle, it's easy. I got control surfaces and wings. Just fly it right back to the runway. Learning how to fly something like this through re-entry is going to be a little bit complicated. The way Stoke does it is to have the heat shield at an angle, not with an offset COM. Why is the power pack to one side then, Josh? Could be both. Bingo. They offset their COM with the power pack. Not something that's something we can't necessarily do. I mean, dude, that actually is super trick. Dude, no one's thinking about doing rockets like this. No one is doing this like this. Nobody. Yeah, no one's doing stuff like this. Let me just put it to you like that. It would be really cool. Yeah, the guy that founded Stoke worked on the B4. Yep. Thanks, Brahms. Well, I'm borrowing some concepts from Stoke, from the professionals, as per usual, but how complicated do you think this is building compared to regular engines? It has to do everything that a regular engine can do and more. And it's the control systems that are weird. The control systems too are, yeah, very, very peculiar. How about some passive aero stabilization? That might do it. But we're going to get passive aero stabilization basically anyway, right? Like, we just saw the S1B get dropped on. Talon, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. You know, so I actually did a little bit of digging, and I started talking. I started asking people some questions about this. Guys, you know what happened? The cables were tensioned against the sawn-off inner stage. It snapped. They were hoisting it from the integration points. The integration points, they broke because they were rotted. It's actually surprising that they got the damn thing that far, which really sucks. It just goes to show you how they basically left that thing out in the elements for God knows how long. I mean, the thing was junk. It's not even, and it kills me to say it. Like, you could fix it. You should fix it. But ship a Theseus and whatnot, like, sucks. Yeah, Hellfish, it's pretty cool. This should help us out a little bit. Tri-symmetry wings up here on the top should help us with stability. But it's that offset center of mass that I'm like super worried about now. We'd have to have this thing compensate. Oof. How the snot am I gonna make an offset like that? How are we going to solve that offset problem? Hey, Pierto, thanks for the raid, buddy. Variable offset with piston and a tiny fuel tank. GrabShark, I'm trying to avoid robotics if I can. Just because robotics are at odds with... hello, Mr. KSP Expert. Yeah. Robotics are at odds with reuse. That's all. Thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. Well, actually, you know what? The SAS isn't making corrective commands. I am. So, all right, hold on. Let me pull this off for a second. Right? So, first of all, I'm gonna get that wing up there like that, so it makes this thing easier for me to see it. Perfect. All right, cool. Are you using Diet Coke and Mentos as fuel? Yeah. How'd you know? Alright, remove that from symmetry and remove that from symmetry. And then take this and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, how much of an offset is that actually making? It's not a lot. Really, it's not a lot. Wow, that's actually... All right. Dump that for a second. How much offset do you want? I need to have an offset center of mass, Nico. I'm not exactly sure how much, but I need to have an offset center of mass for when this thing comes back through re-entry. An offset center of mass means I can use roll. I can roll the capsule shape to adjust the angle of attack relative to re-entry, posigrade re-entry. I can adjust the angle of attack of the heat shield by rolling the capsule. The offset center of mass makes the thing weeble wobble if you roll it. Think like spinning a top and it does this. Same idea. That's how they're able to do controlled landings with capsules and get a capsule landing so precise that like it could, like SpaceX lands their capsule within like visual range of any ship, like the recovery ships, right? Starliner can land basically on a helicopter pad, dude. Or something close enough, like, it can't land on a helicopter pad. It's not that precise, but like maybe a football field margin of error, just because the parachutes might blow the capsule around if it's windy, right? I need an offset center of mass so I can basically fly this thing back and try to land it back on the runway. That's how, in lieu of like with the space shuttle, it used the RCS and it uses the wings to kind of move it in different directions to steer it, right? Changing the angle of attack on the heat shield, like if I roll the capsule 90 degrees this way, it's going to pitch it over there in that direction, right? And it'll actually steer to the right. If you pitch it 90 degrees, well, 90 degrees to the right for you guys, it's going to actually go left, right? Or left. So offset center of mass is something that I really need here. But see, the problem is that when we go to do a propulsive landing like this, I have to compensate. And this thing gets a little bit more difficult to land. See, it always wants to lean in the direction. Yeah, see? It always wants to lean in the direction of those fuel tanks. So how do we compensate? How do we compensate? How would we compensate? Gyro stabilizer. It's gonna be hard to land when my spacecraft is spinning around like crazy, dude. Like, if I'm gonna spin the thing, yeah, it'll stabilize it, right? But then the thing's gonna start processing, and that's gonna be really hard to try and land it, you know? Maybe adjust the curve. So 90. Let's go 90 to 10 on these and set that value at 50. Set that value at 50. Right? And then take that, copy that, paste that, and then flip the values here. Reciprocal, right? So that one needs to be 90 over here. Straighten the curve. That one needs to be 10. Straighten the curve. X that out, save. Maybe if we can get more modulating thrust out of this, we can move it in one direction. So, like, if we take the pitch controller, right, and see, oh, it's at the tail end. It basically gimbal locks the pitch to get it to fly straight. That's no good. Why not center the engines around the offset mass? That's what I tried to do a second ago here, but yeah. You'll have aero stability, right? So enough lateral velocity will cancel out the pitch from the offset. Think of it like a helo with the pointy end being the top and not the front. The front is the direction of travel. Nope, that didn't register at all. I have no idea what you're saying, dude. It didn't register at all. Sorry. Pick up the crew arm for Slick 40. Ha! Cool. Look at that, man. That's pretty sweet. Creeper, you know what's even sweeter? What's behind it. Cool. Yeah, that's the Starship OLM right there. They built it inside of Hangar M. That's the second ring. Starship launcher right there. It looks like a TEL, yeah. Have you seen that the next ULA launch is Vulcan? Nah, Hellfish, but that's cool. See, this is just kind of confirming my theories. Now, you know what my question is? What are they going to do with the 39AT crew access arm? What are they going to do with it? Yeah, Pad 40's crew access arm. Move it to Texas? 39... I guess. Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's center this. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. So, how about we... But no, no, we don't want that, right? Because we need the offset center of mass. Something, it's a test vehicle for it, Hired. I'm trying to see if we can emulate it, yeah. Yeah, Talon, yeah. Well, you know what? We adjusted the range on these thrusters. Let's just... Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't even adjust... Alright, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, give me 1 second, give me 1 second. Now we have the proper adjustment. Oh, yeah. Now, yeah, upping the thrust. Oh, yeah. Now we can compensate and then some, dude. And then we have more wiggle room. Look at that. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. All right.
Go and throttle up.
All right. Let's get that SRB back. Yo, Tiger Fang. What's good, man? Long time no see, dude. How are you? What if... Yeah, okay, Aquas, I got it. What about a way to dynamically change the center of mass? We could... GrabShark suggested shifting ballast tanks. We could do that, but you gotta remember, like, I don't want to be shifting my landing, the fuel that I'm using to land around, and most of the fuel tanks on this SSTO are gonna be empty anyway. I need... Yeah, this... Ooh, this is gonna be complicated. Cool. I'm ready, man. It's gonna be sweet. Alright. Yeah, this gets complicated. Ah, good, good. That's something I didn't foresee. I didn't foresee the control systems on this thing being this difficult. Building it, though, I can do that. But the control systems, nice. We got ourselves a little challenge here, boys and girls. I'm doing all right, brother. Congrats on the wedding. Thanks, dude. All right, send it. Uh-oh. Pitch up! Pitch up! Well, that's broken. I think somebody installed the guidance system. I think somebody installed the guidance system wrong. I think Jeb may have hammered the IMU in upside down. Did I not do that right? Like, yeah, send it. Whatever, send it again. It's funny. Gee, you think? Not again. Oh no, not again. I mean, this one probably isn't going to end any better. I would have to temporarily thrust limit to see where the SRB thrust lines up with the center of mass, but I'm pretty sure I can get this thing to work. Ready? Boop. Yep, now it's going the other way. Spin it to win it. Spin it to win. Okay. Yep. I just merely found a way to not launch. Okay? We just found a way to not launch it. Alright? This is what we need to get right. Okay, so what we can do is move this up. And then... there. Send it. Yeah, you see, we dug into the ground there, Wisp. It was a good time. It was a good time. Alright. Test number 7. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please, 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 please. Well, I guess we're going over here again, huh? I would call this pretty damn controllable. except for that part. Okay. Except for that last part, that was pretty good. So we need to build a natural offset into the cal controller. So get rid of that for a moment. Go back in here with center of mass and center of thrust. And if we build the natural offset into the controller like that, into the pitch controller, that should help us out. Like that. Right there. Yeah, no, Prophet, past that part. In fact, never talk about that part again. All right, so if we plus in a point right there, the value is 6833. 6833. So that's, all right, minus that out just to make sure we're pretty much on the ball. Cool. So set that 6833. So let's go time 1.25 at 6833. And then plus in another point. .25 over here, plus in another point at 1.35. Put a dead zone in there, 6833, like that. And then dump that and dump that. No. That needs to be 2.6. That needs to be like that. And then this one needs to be 2.4. Like that. It needs to be the angles. See that line? The angles need to be offset. So that way if we zero out this cal controller so zeroing it is at 2.5 because it's dead center. If we zero it out at 2.5, that should give us it's close, but it's not exact. The angles need to be offset. They are. Oh, it would help it if I did it on the reciprocal. The idiot. Oh, okay, so yeah, no, I screwed this up. Well, actually, we could do this. So 90 minus 68.33, 2167. $31.67 is where this needs to be. It needs to be reciprocal. 31.66. That's fine. Did I just say reciprocal? I did. Damn it. That's it. That'll work. We have actually pretty crappy moment on one side though. We're gonna, yeah, see everything shifts mathematically. You got it, because you offset the center of mass, you could shift everything. You have to shift everything with math. So Like a reciprocating dingle arm. Yeah, dude. So let's set that value up to 100 here. Let's set the positive values up to 100. That should give us more pitch moment. Yeah, see, we have way more moment to one side over the other. Huh. See, that means we're going to get more leverage if we pitch down rather than pitching up. So actually, it's lowering that. We have to lower it. And, I mean, which will net us less control. What the frick? What the frick? No, that's not right. Oh man. Yeah, I can see the math, like how you're supposed to do this, but that one can be lower. 80 right there. We have to have an extra offset there. Our end values need to be offset a little ways, so set that to 5. Actually, no, that one needs to go in the other direction. That one needs to be 15. Yeah, because we have a closer bias to this. That's fine. Yeah. That's not exactly dialed in, but it's close. But zeroing the thrust controller lines up our center of mass. So that's good. Alright, cool. I think that was pretty much what I did last time. Let's try this. PLD. Oh yeah, that's right. PLD is going tonight. That's right, dude. I forgot about that. Nice. We got another rocket launch. PLD. Spanish private company. Hopefully it goes up. What time? Not sure, dude. Come on, baby. Wait till we decelerate. That's good enough. We'll make it work. Separation. Stabilizes out by itself and just not bad. Yeah, pretty damn... This is way easy to control. It still has moment, though. See? I don't like that. Yeah, there's still nasty moment to one side. I think it's because the fuel is draining and it's moving my center of mass away from my dead zone. Okay. So... let's try this. Get rid of that. Let's try ballasting one side for our test article. I'll find ways to shift it to one side on the actual thing, but I just need to get the logic behind this figured out. There we go. Because what was happening is I was draining the fuel with those tanks, and my center of mass was slowly moving towards... it was moving that way. It was moving back towards the center of the vehicle. Right? And because it was moving back towards the center of the vehicle, my dead zone that we pre-programmed with the controller there, right, was not working correctly. Now I have a ballast tank to make that all work right. So that should do her. Thoughts? Yeah, I burned the tree. I probably would have burned the forest down, Delario. I don't know what that is, flanking. What is that? Are those radial mount tiny still inexplicably worse than the stack mount versions for no real reason? Yeah. It's a Subnautica monster. Oh. I just see a sea lizard. Yeah, maybe Aviator, and then we're really up crap creek, huh? I don't understand what you're trying to tell me, Aqualex. So I'm sorry, it's not. Your original statement didn't register with me. You're saying fly with the pointy end. What's the pointy end? There's no pointy end here. You know? I'm sorry, man. I just don't really get what you're trying to tell me. It's because I've been working on this all day. We've done a lot of talking already, you know? Just get to that point in the day where suggestions, it's hard to visualize the text for me. Just let me do my thing. I'll get it. We're not going to stop in time, but it was precise. I broke it. Sorry. try that. All right, let's see what this does. What is the reasoning behind the twin pairs of RCS instead of more sets? RCS isn't going to work when we have a capsule that's as wide as this runway that's coming back down from orbit, Zeppelin. What they will work for is rolling the capsule. Rolling the capsule gives you precise control of said capsule, and it gives the capsule cross range. But I shouldn't rely on straight RCS. The whole idea behind this is to rely on thrust modulation for your precise landing controls. But I need to develop a system for a capsule that can basically get us back to KSC, right? So I can fly back. I need to be able to fly the capsule by rolling it and changing the angle of attack of the heat shield. So we only should need, if we do this right, we only should need roll control thrusters. We shouldn't need anything else. Roll control thrusters and our thrust modulation system should be able to get us exactly where we need to be. I should be able to precisely land this. Like, if we go, I adjusted the burn time on the SRB, or the thrust limiter, so I increased the burn time. So I want to get this thing up higher here. It took us a little bit longer to aerodynamically stabilize. Crap. Yeah, that's not going to work too well. Alright, let's see if we can save this thing. Four of the engines aren't on because I didn't re-enable the thrust limiters. Okay, it makes more sense now. I've not been with you all day, so I didn't know the scope of the craft. Yep. Dude, I actually spent way too much time this afternoon trying to figure out the stakeholder expectations. So, guys, here's what I'm trying to do. Let me show you. Actually, Zeppelin, you remind me it's probably a good time to explain this. So people, I mean, it's funny seeing the thing bounce around and blow up and stuff, but I'm trying to make an SSTO, vertical takeoff, vertical landing, SSTO, that is basically shaped like a capsule, right? It's shaped like a capsule. So, you know, you have your fuel tanks wrapped around your payload bay, right? And then it's a capsule. Capsule's pretty aerodynamic on the way up, so you fly it just regularly like on the way up. You have engines around the ring, around a heat shield ring right here, right? And the engines going around the heat shield ring would basically form a gigantic aero spike. Not in KSP. In real life it would, though. Right? And basically it goes up, deploys the payload, and then, you know, it re-enters just like a capsule. So I need to rely on capsule control systems for it to come down and land. Now, the original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite, surrounded by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in direct alignment with the panometric fan. No. Now, the original design is based off of a Chrysler design. Chrysler, like the car company Chrysler. They were a defense contractor in the 60s. They had to diversify because they could not sell as many cars as Ford and Chevy. Fun fact. So, this was their proposal for the space shuttle. It's called SERV, Single Stage to Earth Orbit Reusable Vehicle. SERV, or SERV for short. SERV was their bid for the shuttle. So, basically, where my design is going to differ a little bit, right, is going to change it, is because they had 26 jet engines built into the outer... They had 26 jet engines built into the outer, ring of this thing, and then they have lift air engine intake doors open up, and the jet engines turn on, and it lands on jet engines. Jet engines. And they had opening hatches that, expose the rocket and the jet engines. No, I'm not doing that. Screw that. There's a company that's working nowadays, so this didn't win, the space shuttle one, right? There's a company that's working nowadays called Stoke Aerospace, and we've been talking about them a lot lately. Stoke Aerospace has the key to make this way less complicated. Now, Stoke, that's the key right there. But Stoke is not working on single stage to orbit. They're working on reusable upper stages, but the idea is similar. What they have right here is a power pack. So turbopumps, you know, all that good stuff. They have a power pack here. And the power pack takes liquid oxygen and kerosene, you know, just as it should, right? And then instead of distributing it to like one nozzle, there's a bunch of nozzles around this ring right here. See that? That ring has a bunch of tiny little rocket nozzles in it. And the power pack, technically this is one rocket engine because there's only one power pack and there's multiple nozzles. It wouldn't be the first time someone's done something like this. But like an RD-170 or an RD-180 is one power pack, 4 nozzles. This is like one power pack, 10 nozzles or something. So Stoke's idea that they have, and it's actually Stoke, the reason we've been talking about it so much and the reason I kind of wanted to do it is because Stoke got a ton of funding. They got Series B funding, $100 million, because somebody thought investors thought their idea was good. So check this out. You want to see something? This is probably the most unorthodox thing I've ever seen in my time doing aerospace with you guys, like talking about aerospace. I haven't seen anything this weird since SN5 flew. But this thing is, the way this thing flies, like, you look at SpaceX SN5, right? SN5 was a Starship test article, and it was basically a flying tin can. It was testing out Starship propellant tanks, and it took off, and, you know, like, it's pretty run-of-the-mill stuff. You have an engine down the bottom, and the Raptor engine has gimbal, right? And, you know, it has thrust vector control. So you take the thing up in the air, you know, it maneuvers it around, and it comes down and lands, right? That's pretty straightforward stuff. That's actually not that hard to do in KSP. We did make an SN5 at the time. Now, Stoke's idea is they also have a hopper. But check this out. So here, I'll just show you it first. Headphone users, this might get a little bit loud. Watch. Thanks, phone sister. Watch this thing. How does that thing fly exactly? Dude, they have that freaking toroidal ring-shaped engine. This thing. They have that ring-shaped motor, and how they get it to maneuver around is not RCS. How they get that thing to maneuver around is by modulating the thrust on all these little nozzles here. They can make it so this one can throttle down, that one can throttle up. They can do that with one power pack. One rocket, this is all one rocket engine with multiple nozzles, and you can change the thrust output on each nozzle, and that's their landing attitude control system. Okay, that's hard to do in KSP. I don't even want to tell you how hard that is to do in real life. Getting that to actually do that and actually like fly around is really, really impressive. Like, that's really impressive. And the idea behind this is now you have a landing system that mimics thrust vector control. Because Stoke can't put a rocket engine down at the bottom. They can't do that because there's a heat shield in the way because the thing comes back down from space, right? It's very similar to how SERV was supposed to work, right? There's a heat shield in the way, so you have to find another way to do it. Now, Chrysler's solution was shoehorn a ton of jet and rocket engines in the bottom and be like, all right, that'll fix it. Just put more engines on it. It's fine. No, that's not going to work. This is a much more ingenious solution here. Modulating thrust. The only RCS that's on this thing is roll control RCS. You can see the two thrusters there that are pointed out, right? That's the only thing. That thing is pitching around and yawing around from thrust modulation on that rocket engine. I would actually argue that the roll control thrusters aren't even on because it does have some roll around. Show them the Night Metal concert. Yeah, Zeppelin, right? Dude, it's an aerospike. The whole thing is a gigantic aerospike engine because the heat shield the way the rocket engines work is that their plumes interact with each other, and the heat shield turns into a giant aerospike. So you get crazy good efficiency from this. Because all the plumes interact, and they basically create low pressure, and they create low pressure between where the heat shield and where the rocket exhaust is. There's low pressure, so the plumes get sucked inwards, and it actually makes it into a conic shape. It makes the plume into an aerospike conic shape. Check this out. Like, look at when it's up here. Dude, the rocket engines are on this ring right here, but the flames are coming from the center of the damn heat shield. That's what I mean, dude. This is like, the guy that thought of this is on another, dude, like, we're down here. Our mere mortals, we're down here. This is like way beyond what I would never think of something like this. Like, us mere mortals are down here, and this guy is like up there. I want what bro was smoking, right? That's some galaxy brain stuff, right? Oh, they looked at SCRV Aqualux. But this solution overcomes all of the things that made SCRV ridiculously overcomplicated. And so I thought to myself, this is what I thought about yesterday. Twisted was like, oh, build SCRV for fun. And it kind of rang in my head. I'm like, dude, I could use Stokes' system and eliminate the jet engines, and that would make it so easy to land in KSP because we have super throttleable engines. We could use that super throttleable engines with a Cal controller to create thrust modulation to get the thing to fly correctly. Easy peasy. That's not hard. Maybe the designer is starborn. Yeah, right? Exactly. So how much do you think Stoke would have to scale this up for it to be SSTO? I don't know, dude. I think they're going to try to make this thing work, and once they prove second stage EDL, then maybe they'll go full SSTO. Yeah, Adrian Newey brain. Yeah, exactly. Well, Adrian Newey's an aerospace engineer. That's his secret, Cosmic. He's an AE guy. Everybody in a sea of mechanical engineers, he's an aerospace engineer. That's what makes his design so good. But yeah, this is some Newey stuff right here. Actually, Cosmic, now that we're talking about it, the same principle that pulls the flames inward and makes them come from the center, despite the rockets being out here. It's the same principle as Newey's blown diffuser. Same idea. Same exact idea. You're using low pressure to pull something pull something in a direction. Newey's blown diffuser was pulling the back of the car down using low pressure. This is using low pressure to pull the rocket exhausts together and put them in one cone. And because the rockets don't have any turbulent air, well, not necessarily turbulent air, because there's low pressure here, the rocket exhaust, the exhaust velocity is actually faster. That's the benefit of an aerospike. Crazy, right? It's the same idea, but just in rocket form. This thing has like a blown diffuser on the bottom, dude. That's actually a good way to put it. But instead of pulling the car down, it's a cone, so it's pulling all the it's pulling all the rocket exhaust inward. It's super trick. That's really smart. I cannot stress this enough how crazy that actually is that works. It is like, it's on another level of nuts. Like, alright. Here, check this out. They did some ground testing with it. In the ground testing videos, you could see the thrust modulation. Dude, see? What the absolute snot? What is happening? How does that actually do that? It's freaking impressive, man. Here, the ground testing video is freaking sweet. Headphone users again. Headphone users again. One more time. and the passion play, crumbling away. I don't want to get DMCA'd by Metallica, so I'm changing up the lyrics. All right, master. Yeah, it's awesome. Pretty cool, right? The guitar's in the garage, Barak. I don't have it piped into the computer, but I still have the mixer and everything. I just got to hook it all up. Is this RP1 or hydrogen fueled? Dude, yeah, that's the last thing I was going to say. That thing is Hydrolox. It's hydrogen. It's hydrogen and liquid oxygen. How did you do that? How did you figure that out? Like, hydrogen isn't hard enough to use, but you have a modulating thrust toroidal aerospike hydrogen motor. Like, all right. Okay. And the trapdoor comes in the night. How did the launch go? Fine. We didn't really hear much about it because Amazon didn't want anybody to see their satellites, so they stopped the coverage right, like, they stopped the coverage before staging, dude. I'm just like, okay. This is the controlled evolution of the F1 injector blade to prevent cavitation, but they're inducing cavitation to create direction vectors. Something like that, Zeppelin. I don't know how they modulate the thrust. I can't. However they do it, you can't really figure it out from looking at this picture.
Discovery,
It's something in their nozzle design, dude. Hey, Sawyer Tier 370, man. Thank you very much. You coming up here, dude? Come up here. Over here and hang with me. I know it's a long way away. We'll build a car or something, dude. It'll be a good time. Never mind. Aliens getting impatient with humans. Yep. I know you're using differential thrust for landing, but won't you still need RCS for on-orbit operations? I actually haven't gotten that far. I'll bet it has something to do with the manifold in the center. Yeah, but Aqualux, here's the thing I can't figure out. And maybe we could talk through it. If you're metering the fuel and oxidizer flow there, you're going to throw off the stoichiometry you're going to throw off the mixture on these. So if you're using mixture to adjust through a manifold, you're going to have to adjust liquid fuel and oxidizer, or else one of these things is going to lean out and melt or just shut off because you flooded it, right? So whatever type of distribution mechanism they have in there, that's very impressive. Not only is it an impressive piece of mechanical engineering here, you need avionics to control this. There's no way someone's controlling this with a joystick, right? In real life. In Kerbal, yeah, we can get away with it because Kerbal's not nearly as complicated, right? Because basically I have rocket engine on, and that's it, and then it's on, and it'll never shut off, right? I don't need to worry about blowing up an engine because I overheat it. Put a guy on it, nice. We'll plan something for real. All right, man. The control cables are going to the tops of the combustion chamber. Control cables? Yeah, maybe there's a solenoid in there that they're shutting off. Maybe they have like 4 liquid oxygen injectors and 4 liquid fuel injectors, and they can just shut them off. That might do it, but still, dude, that's still complicated, man. That is ridiculously complicated. The fact that they can make this thing actually work, and it works, and it's like totally cool with it, and you can reuse it a bunch of times is pretty freaking impressive. Oh yeah, did I add that? I forgot to say this part when I was giving an explanation. If we go back over here and we look at Stoke, right? Check this out. You want to see something that's really crazy? So they're using a metallic heat shield, a metal heat shield. So okay, if it's metal, it's going to ablate because plasma, right? That rocket engine's plumbing goes through cooling channels on the heat shield. The heat shield is regeneratively cooled using the same type of principles as how an RL-10 starts. basically the propellants go through cooling channels in the heat shield. Because the heat shield's hot, it exchanges the heat, keeps the heat shield cool, and that expansion, that thermal expansion of hydrogen that you get there is what drives the turbine, drives the power pack for the rocket engine. Yeah, their heat shield is liquid cooled. Yep, there's a heat sink on the back of this, well, a radiator on the back of it. See the ice? Look at the ice accumulating on the heat shield when the thing is on. This is a still from that hop. There's freaking ice on the heat shield. Okay. Expander bleed cycle, dude. It's really, that's what I mean, man. It's really impressive. And I was like, that's what we were talking about it yesterday for Space News. And I'm like, dude, you know what? Let's do it. You can see it here around 10 minutes. Oh yeah, there's a picture of, yeah, Forrest wants to see it. What is this? Oh yeah, that's right. We have, this is PLD. All right, we'll get back to this in a moment. I want to see what's going on with PLD space. We're gonna actually, this is a Mura SN1. So this is PLD space. They're a Spanish commercial, hopefully a Spanish launch provider. El objetivo de este tercer intento de lanzamiento de demonstrator tecnológico Mura 1 SN1. So the objective is to launch this technology demonstrator Mura 1. I bet the solenoid system looks like a progressive nitrous controller in function. Solenoid pulses at varying speed. It might be using that. Yeah. I mean, dude, either way, whoever thought of having the application like that as a thrust application is pretty damn smart. Oh, we're 57 minutes out, dudes. What's that, JM? Oh yeah, I've seen this footage. This is AV001. Yep. They reclocked before it was 10 minutes out. They had an on-screen counter which was wrong. It placed them 20 minutes ahead of the opening of the window. Alright, cool. Well, we got a little bit of time here, dudes, so we got 55 minutes. I'll check back with them in a half hour. I'll put it up on my second screen over here. And we'll get back to our P14 modulating thrust here. Alright, let's roll. Where is my P14 modulator? Where was the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom! That really hurts to do. I don't want to do that anymore. But I will. But I'm gonna. So differential throttling is only doable with Cal? I mean, I would say, yeah, that's probably, yeah. Alright, ready? Yeet. Okay, yeah, we need to do adjust the thrust. Got it. Greetings from Spain. I'm glad to see that you're going to see the launch of Mural 1. Hola, amigo, ¿cómo estás? Sí, sí, me gusta Mural 1. Very cool. How goes development? Well, Tars, I'll tell you in about 60 seconds. Anyway, Cornelius, yeah, dude, I want to see it. I hope that, you know, I watched when they did their attempt a couple of months ago. Actually, that was a little while ago, and they didn't get it exactly right, but just wanted to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. So, Tars, check this out. We have all of our engines are symmetrical, but look, the vehicle is asymmetric. I have ore sitting on one side. We have 600 kilos of ore, basically, sitting on the side there. So, separate. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to use the RCS to see if we can steer this damn thing. Are my thrust limiters working? Okay. Enable the engines. That was a little bit too much. Come on, baby, stabilize out. Here. Oh boy. Overcorrected. The rockets are still attached. Hey, we made the parking lot, man. We made the parking lot. Not bad for a vehicle that has that's asymmetric and it has 600 kilos hanging off one side. Not bad. We got close. We must go deeper. Predominant 57 months. You suck, you jackass. Hey, why don't you shut the hell up? Gilmore, you suck, you jackass. You will not land this rocket, you jackass. All right, I'll take my time out. So spinning is a good trick. If you want to rely more on RCS than Aero, wouldn't asymmetry hurt? Wait, what? I'm not relying on RCS. No, not at all. Because you're never gonna get off the beach! Alright, let's see if we can try to get it back. I don't think we have enough fuel to land. Whoops. pretty coggers. The problem is that pitch moment overcorrection. It's really easy to overcorrect because full pitch forward is not the same amount of moment as full pitch back. I'll show you. So check this out. If we zero this thing, right? 2.5, we're right in the dead zone. So that's good. Ooh, that's actually not exact. It's close enough. Actually, it's really not. That's pretty much not lined up at all. Anyway, so check this out. If we go 0 out here, so the distance between this, where the center of mass is, right, and over here, is different from the distance over there. See how this is further away? Look at the edge of the sphere right here versus the center of that sphere when we're at max versus when we're not. See what I'm talking about? The edge of the sphere still crosses right there. That's causing pilot-induced oscillation. We can fix that. I can fix it. The solution here, honestly, is to lower the values. Go right here and so zap the controller out for a second. Update count, T-minus 24 minutes. You didn't lower one side before. Drac, here's what we'll do. I kind of forget what I was doing before. So here's what I'm gonna do. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Go here, make that go to 10% throttle and make this one go to 90%. Just give me, we just need some margin there, right? So take this, copy that, go down here, paste the same curve, set that one to 10 and make the reciprocal, right? Right. Now, I'm going to use this to basically figure out exactly where the thrust, exactly what the thrust values are on each engine and where it needs to be to get it equalized, right? Right there. That's perfectly lined up. So what's my thrust value here? 3288, 6711. All right, that's just, remember those, okay? So, right here, zap in a point, put it at 2.4, right there, right? The value here should be 6811 or 6711. Okay, now zap in another point right there at 2.6, 67.11, right there. The time needs to be at 2.5, needs to be in the center. All right, so now go down here, plus this point in, that one needs to be 3288. So plus in a point at 2.4, like this, 32.88, right? And then plus in another point here at 2.6, 32.88. Same exact value. Okay, so now when we adjusted, if I zero this, they should be aligned. It's perfect. Look, perfect. Mint! Now, those are the right values for our centering, okay? I don't get this. Is he trying to fly with orb ballast asymmetrically? Correct. I need an asymmetric vehicle to be able to steer this thing back. So, Clotric, it's going to come back down and land, but it's going to come back down and land from orbit, not just like a boost back trajectory like Falcon 9. It's going to come back down and land. That's why I have a heat shield there, right? So if we have a capsule-shaped vehicle and we need to do a precision landing with it, I got to be able to steer this thing. I have to be able to steer it, hence the asymmetry here. I'm trying to balance my thrust around the asymmetry because I need to have an asymmetrical vehicle when we're coming back down. An asymmetrical vehicle allows, or asymmetric center of mass, I should say. We can have a symmetrical vehicle with an asymmetric center of mass, right? See how the center of gravity is off? It's shifted off of the center line of the vehicle. This allows you to be able to change the angle of attack of your heat shield by rotating the capsule. We can spin the capsule and we could adjust the angle of attack. And basically we can use the heat shield like a wing. So, because I need the vehicle to do that, right, I need to have an offset center of mass, and this thing is going to propulsively land, I have to have symmetrical thrusters giving me asymmetric thrust to compensate for the offset that I'm going to need to be able to precisely re-enter this thing and get it back towards KSC when we're coming back from orbit. Understand? It's a tough problem to solve in Kerbal. Like this is what Stoke's trying to do in real life. They're trying to actually do that in real life, which is cuckoo, but the good kind of cuckoo. Looks bad. Do you think the turbo is? Yeah, it's fine. It'll buff out. Alright, so now we have to adjust these values so we can apply equal correction on either side. So take a look here, guys. If we go this way, we move really, really far. I want it to be like right around there. So what are our values for that right there? 2941. Right, and what's the value down here? 70.59. So I'm going to set this value to 100 right there and see if we can get more thrust on that, more thrust on this side. Let's set that to 1 right there. Actually, to make this nice and even, set that to 99. Okay, so close. Now if we move this back over here, we need to find whatever's asymmetrical and we can offset the value that way. Yeah, no problem, Plancher. Why not throttle all 8 engines, just 4? Josh, I am throttling every engine. This is the thrust limiter. I'm throttling every engine. The throttle control is different. But you're asking why I don't modulate the thrust on the other motors? I don't modulate the... well... I was going to say I don't do that because we only need to use pitch and roll. But we could very much get way better control if we figure 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the design, huh? We should be able to control it very nicely. But where this is going to get complicated is do these two right here work for pitch? Or do those two right there work for yaw? We might get some averaging with the cow controllers, right? Because yeah, we're going to get averaging with the cow controllers here. I'm not sure how we'd have to test what 2 cow controllers doing the same thing. They might end up averaging it. And if they average it, then we're getting into some complicated numbers there. Not just, okay, that's exactly where I need this. I used all 8 and it works. You give them the same cal settings as the ones you're using because, like you say, they're average. Yeah, it'll average. Ah, Josh, you beautiful bastard. You beautiful bastard. That actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea. So, okay, what you're saying is do this, right? So, click on the pitch controller, right? And then click this one. Or, well, hold on. We need to remove these from symmetry. Remove that. Remove that. Remove that. And that's the last one. So, I need to take, with the pitch controller, we need to take these two and make them have that curve. That's a good, yeah, because they average. That's, dude, good call. Very good call. All right, so take that one right there, add the thrust limiter. This one is on the same side as that one. So take this curve, copy it, place it right there, right? You can't classy me for Dominic. You can't classy me. You're the king of cursing in here. Shut up. No, I reject your judgment. All right, so add thrust limiter there, paste the same curve. Now, over here, right? Over here, we're gonna add thrust limiter, take this thing and move it up here. Take this curve, copy it, and paste that one. Now go over here, thrust limiter, take that thing, same thing, and paste the same curve again. Whoa, look at the control we have now. Yo, okay. So we have so much actually extra crazy control here. So hang on one moment. If we don't need to come up with the averaged values, right? Like we don't need to do that. We can just, yeah, because we have so much extra control. All right, so take this and set, instead of 3288, set that to 50, like that. And now we should be able to compensate here. Take that, take that, take that, right? Yeah, now look at what the average is. Oh, wow, that's pretty nuts. Okay, new T0 will approximately be 15 UTC. That's what I was doing, Admiral, but hold on. Yeah, that's what I was doing, but... Okay, so that's the pitch controller. Go over here, get our yaw controller out, and then over here, actually, let's do this side first. Yaw controller, select that, thrust limiter, select that, thrust limiter. Copy, paste, paste. Here, select that, thrust limiter, select that, thrust limiter. Copy that curve. No. Nope. I hit the paste button again. Like that. That's what we need to do. So copy that one. Don't copy that floppy. Good. All right. Yeah, and this thing, Josh, you're right. Yeah, it'll do the averaging for us. All right, let's get rid of the SRB here, and let's do another test. Hokey, this is using thrust modulation and no gimbal to try and land an asymmetric vehicle. To try and precisely land an asymmetric vehicle. Alright. Yeah. Control systems. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, move that up here so it's not behind my melon. Okay, so let's see. So our systems are on. Ready? So what if we go pitch and yaw? 45.5. PLD Space is gonna try and launch. They're a Spanish commercial company, dude. Alright, here we go. Ready? Yeah. I have a lot of control here. Let's turn on fine control and see if that does anything. Nope. it's really easy to get PIO here. Okay, so we know that the averaging is excuse me. We know that the averaging is working. Time for a third controller. Well, we could go in here and we could adjust our input response speed to 5%. Let's see if we could effectively slow down the control inputs. Let's see what happens. It always sucks when you find commons in your card booster pack. Okay. Pokemon. It's way more sensitive now, Drac, because we have all the engines being averaged together. Jonathan, a third controller to average it out could work, but yeah. Yeah, the control input response is way better now. Still hard to fly, though. Yep. Is roll possible with differential throttling? No. How? How would that be possible? Every engine is equal to the opposite motor? It's not possible. I need a drink of water. Yeah, Clotrick. See where it is in its default state right there? See that? We'd have to kind of put an offset in there. So if we adjust our pitch controller to right there, 2.1, we could program an offset into the pitch right here. A single RW module to dampen hold alignment. Well, yeah, Rocket Guy, that's what I'm trying to do. We're only offset on the pitch axis. So the yaw controllers averaging their inputs into this with our offset pitch will get this thing to steer perfect. I just got to figure out how to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because like you're inputting two cows with similar priority, it's going to average it out. We can deal with the average between pitch and yaw with these, and that'll help me with control. But I need to basically set my dead zone so our center of thrust is aligned with our offset COM. No, I don't want any reaction wheels, Clotrick. No. It's because when we go to scale this thing up, dude, when we go to scale it up later, this thing's gonna be the size of a freaking tank, man. It like not even like, and when I say tank, I don't mean like the rolling vehicle. I mean like the space shuttle external tank. Sorry, like it's gonna be huge. We're not gonna be able to rely on reaction wheels to move something that big and give us the precise movement that we need to land it, because the thing is so freaking huge. Are you designing Stokes engine? I'm taking Stokes engine and what you see right there and putting it in this SERV, but with Stokes stuff. Yeah, the reason why is I love SERV, right? But when we tried to do it before, getting all the jet engines, getting the trap doors in there to all work and jive correctly, that was a pain in the butt. I said, screw this, we don't want to do this. Stokes simplifies this by having no trapdoor, no jet engine, and one rocket engine instead of like 13 of them, or however many, 10 turbo fans and, 16 protective doors or whatever, right? Screw that. Screw that. Get rid of all that. Stokes' way is way better. So I'm taking the size of SERV and combining it and trying to combine it with that and make that. RW would not be for control, more damping and heading lock. Any actual movement would still need to be implemented by a thrust. Wait, RW, Rocket Guy. Sorry, I've been on a Starfield binge. What do you mean? Oh, reaction wheel. The reaction wheel would not be for control. It would be more for damping and heading lock. Any actual movement would still need to be implemented by a thrust. Well, I have a Probodobodyne that has heading lock on it, so it'll lock my values. But the problem that I have is that the SAS input, the SAS damping input, right? With how Kerbal Avionics works, it doesn't control the CAL controllers. So if the SAS pitches forward, it's not going to mess with the CAL. Only my joystick inputs will. So I'm not 100% sure how a reaction wheel... If I could get my SAS to be able to input to the CAL controller, then we would be good, but I'm not sure if you can do that. I don't think you can do that. I'm pretty sure we proved that you couldn't do that, but unless you know something that I don't, it's possible. I'm out of the loop, dude. How about tempering this in one axis only with the load and the thruster engines aligned? Well, what I'm trying to do is get the dead zone for the controller Clotrick to be lined up. So basically, if I let go of the joystick, it's perfectly aligned, right? So that value is 55 there to get that completely aligned. Alright, let's try it. Hold on. Set value to 55 here, and then set value 55 here. That might do it. $43.88. Hey, Funky Flex, what's going on? Sorry about that, fellas. Alright, let's roll. Alright, so when we're in the zeroed position, we're straight up. I just gotta... Come on, voice. I just gotta see if we can... If this makes the averages all work correctly here. Well, I'm hoping, Admiral, that the averaging of the CAL controllers averaging out, because 4 of the engines are double bound to the CAL controllers, I'm hoping the average will help me with what you're talking about, but it might not. Who knows? Let's see. Ready? Oh, crap. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Drac, that's why yeah, we gotta... It would be nice if, believe it or not, I need less control. We're overcompensating. So what we'll do here is this. I'm going to start here. All right, hold on. Let's figure out how we would want to do this. So let me do this. Give me one of these pieces right here. And put it in 4 times sim. Set it to absolute. Hang on. No, fuel tanks are symmetrical. The COM, yeah, well, yeah, right. I mean, as we drain fuel, it might move in one direction over the other. Yeah, that's another thing we're going to need to compensate for. Huh. Oh, frick. Yeah. Because the SES doesn't compensate, right? Neither will the fuel. And because the values in the cow controller aren't being fed real-time center of mass, because there's literally no way to do that. We got ourselves a little bit of a problem here. Yeah, the range needs to be smaller. I agree, Rocket Guy. Yeah. So, yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this beam, right? We're going to take the I-beam and we're going to move it. I'm going to move the I-beam so it's basically centered on our center of mass. See that? Good. Okay, so... we got to close up the range, right? The range, that's what they're called, ranges. We got to close them up. I basically need to not make the adjustment on the differential thrust. The difference doesn't need to be as high. So I got an idea on how to do this, right? That's centered on that, right? So right now, where is our maximum, right? For the COT. Where's our maximum value? Actually, if I set that to 2.5 because we're symmetrical on the yaw axis, that would be the absolute maximum. So now take this, right, the ruler that we made, and line it up. And those struts will mark maximum range. We know that that's way too much. So if we set this back into its dead zone, right, 2.5, and we go here, that should line up, and then that one, those should line up. Hold on. What are our values here? 90 and 10. Okay, what about you? 90 and 10. I mean, it's close. Vents are closed.
Arma, control, súbeme portadora a 400 vatios.
Hang on 1 second, dudes.
Arma subiendo portadora 400 watts.
Alright, let's see. This is PLD. They're a commercial Spanish aerospace company. This is a technology demonstrator called Mura 1. No, Spasa. We're just gonna see this real quick. This is live right now. Okay, there's some ullage tank vents. Hey Manzi, long time no see, dude. How many rockets do you want, Vulcan? Yes. It's been too long. Yeah, dude. Where have you been? Hopefully doing something fun. No sé, Phil. Chat, orbital o no? It's time zones here all the way in Western Australia. I hear you, man. Yeah, Twisted.
Arma, control, súbeme portadora a máxima potencia.
I should be in the
Arma
Kerbal
subiendo
category,
portadora
anesthesis.
gradualmente a 1 kilovatio.
Subiendo portador 1 kilovatio. Recibido potencia interna, configuramos FPS armado.
Standby para INTA. Arma, me envía cuando hayas alcanzado potencia nominal 1 kilovatio armado. Y
German.
confirma.
Arma enviando 1 kilovatio portadora enviando armado.
Armado recibido, configuración de FTS.
Recibido, armado, recibido, configuración de FPS nominal. Quinta, configuramos FPS con failsafe enabled.
Arma, procede.
Fail safe enabled.
Safe enabled.
I think so, Forge, yeah.
Failsafe enable recibido.
They're in the terminal count, I understood that.
Controlador de rampa, verificamos valores TSN de FTS correctos para vuelo.
Valores de FTS correctos.
Recibido. Comenzamos a grabar datos a alta frecuencia.
That's way too fast.
Grabando datos.
I know, weather guy.
Pasamos rampa a modo automático.
Hello.
Rampa modo automático en 3, 2, 1.
Recibido. Control
Slow
quinta de director de lanzamiento. Autosecuencia preparada. Solicitamos autorización para lanzar Miura 1.
60 seconds.
LD, aquí control INTA, autorizado lanzamiento Miura 1 T menos 2 minutos.
Recibido, vamos allá.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Recibido autorización. Controlador de rampa, habilitamos lanzador para vuelo.
Habilitado.
Recibido. Todos son por sus puestos. Vamos, chicos. Habilitamos lanzador para vuelo, todo listo. Iniciamos autosecuencia en 3, 2, 1. Inicia autosecuencia.
He said, all right, let's go, boys. Yeah, that was cool. Vamos, amigos.
Los presurizando. Riego preventivo activado.
Sprinkler system is on.
De menos 1 minuto 40.
Hola.
Etapa presurizándose para vuelo.
Recibido.
1 minuto y 30 segundos.
Ahora preventiva.
Minuto 30.
¿Qué presurizando?
Recibido.
This might get loud, guys. Their audio is
1 minuto 20.
a little unbalanced, so headphone users, You have 70 seconds to comply. They have to launch like wild, ferocious animals.
T menos un minuto.
60 segundos.
T menos 50.
50 seconds.
T menos 40.
40 seconds. Yeah, again, it's alright. 30.
T menos 30.
Equinato.
Alright, here we go. Alright, guys. Vamos, chicos.
Presiones OK.
T menos 20, director de lanzamiento, todos los operadores. Space, Miura 1, listo para lanzamiento. T menos 15. Navegación interna. 13. 11.
Eco Startup.
10.
9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3.
Close out.
1. T0. Vamos, Miura.
Vamos. Oh! Dude! Fly! Holy sh... No! Oh, that's sick! Yeah!
Correcto. Hacemos correcto.
That's awesome!
No hay incendios.
Come on!
Rampa perfecta.
Seguimiento automático. Seguimiento automático.
T menos 25.
Oh. Oh.
Trayectoria nominal. Seguimiento automático.
Atlántico.
The guy with the scratchy mic is talking over the guy that I can actually understand. He said trajectory nominal.
Comportamiento de flotación nominal.
Guidance is good.
Confirmamos trayectoria nominal.
Trayectoria nominal.
Oh.
GNC nominal.
Oh, not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not.
Entrando régimen transónico.
That's controls. That's control
Aproximados a un
systems.
minuto.
Confirmamos trayectoria nominal.
Tenemos un minuto.
He's still called nominal trajectory though.
Nominal.
Flotación nominal.
Come on, get up there.
Nominal. Trayectoria nominal. Estamos dentro.
I can't hear.
72. Máxima presión dinámica. Viva 1. Máxima presión dinámica. Seguimos.
That's max Q.
Lanzador estable. Dentro de todos los IPs. Trayectoria nominal.
Seguimiento automático. Trayectoria nominal.
I mean, it was definitely.
88. Damos 90. Trayectoria segura. Seguimos trayectoria.
Técnica nominal. Comportamiento de flotación nominal.
10 segundos para Meco.
It's stabilized out. It looks okay now. Dude,
automático.
Jesus. Come on.
Contorno de Meco.
Meco.
Meco. Tenemos Meco confirmado.
Engine cut off.
Seguimiento estable y automático.
What? What?
Continuamos.
Someone just get shot?
Seguimiento automático.
Trayectoria nominal. Fase balística correcta.
Alcanzado 41 kilómetros de altura.
Recibido.
Is everybody okay?
43 kilómetros y subiendo.
43 kilometers in altitude.
45 y subiendo.
45 kilometers.
Seguimiento automático y estable.
Recibido.
Yeah, sure, Hawks, I got you, man.
Estamos llegando a apogeo.
46,500.
So 46 kilometers.
La rampa está en perfecto estado. No hay ningún incendio. Recibido. No hay incendios en la rampa.
Alcanzado apogeo, inicio de
Apogeo.
descenso.
Oh, oh,
Iniciamos la rentada experimental. Sabiendo, Seth. Tenemos experimento y vemos microgravedad dentro de la cofia.
Is that supposed to do that? I don't know. What just happened?
Seguimiento estable, trayectoria.
What's going on?
Reentrando. Mira, uno reentrando.
I don't know what's happening.
Hemos recibido entre interface. A punto de entrar en el punto de Max Q Reentry. Máxima carga en reentrada. Recovery 1, vamos informando a Recovery 2 de que tienen que ir aproximándose en cuanto
So-
tengamos splashdown al punto de recuperación de vehículo.
All of
Recibido.
Descendiendo 30 kilómetros, trayectoria nominal, seguimiento automático.
Recibido.
30 kilometers trajectory is nominal,
Trayectoria
but
nominal, a punto de llegar al punto de máxima presión dinámica. 10 segundos para máxima presión dinámica.
it's going down.
¿Lo sabéis?
And all the those look like playing cards. All the cards
¿Sabes
going to the
qué
front of the
hace
fairing means that the nose
sí.
cone's
Hola,
pointed
hola.
at the ground because
Hola.
gravity.
Hola, hola.
Ay. Hola, hola, hola,
Hola,
hola, hola.
Hi.
Hola,
Hola, hola, hola, hola. No sabemos ni qué decir, estamos súper emocionados. Vaya éxito de la misión. No sé lo que decir.
Vaya pedazo de misión acabamos de vivir, Sara. Increíble, increíble.
Incredible.
Vamos a contar muy rápidamente lo que acabamos de ver. Bueno, pues nos hemos retrasado un poquito con el T0, hemos despegado un poquito después de las 2 de la mañana. Habéis podido seguir el go, no go en directo, la autosecuencia, el encendido del motor de
It
Mira
launched
1
at 2
ha
in the
salido
morning.
como una bala de la rampa de lanzamiento. Ha liberado la rampa de lanzamiento, se ha dirigido hacia el Atlántico como estaba previsto. La duración de MECO del encendido del motor ha sido nominal, hemos tenido prácticamente 2
It made it to
minutos
managing cutoff and
de
everything was
fase
nominal.
propulsiva. Habéis podido seguir todo esto con las cámaras que tenemos instalado a bordo del lanzador.
Something
Hemos,
about all of the cameras.
seguido a continuación con una fase balística y sobre todo, Sara, hemos podido ver esas imágenes dentro de la cofia. Habéis podido ver ese deployer de fotografías, son fotografías de empleados de la compañía. Habéis podido ver cómo esas fotografías salían de ese elemento que ha sido también fabricado en impresión 3D en el interno de la compañía. Y habéis podido ver cómo flotaban esas fotografías en el interior de la cofia, es decir, hemos visto las condiciones de microgravedad en el interior de Mira 1, es una barbaridad. Os confirmamos que en este momento el lanzador se encuentra realizando la fase de reentrada experimental. Como decíamos antes, esto hoy es la fase de reentrada, son objetivos secundarios en el día de hoy, pero ya podemos confirmar, Sara, que el lanzador está reentrando, no os podemos decir este momento en qué condiciones, pero el barco
cool,
está en alta
Vulcan.
mar y ya os decimos, si lo encontramos, los vamos a traer a puerto para poder tenerlo entre nosotros.
Sin ninguna duda, esto es un sueño hecho realidad. Yo en mi mente nunca tenía Miura 1 en el cielo y hoy puedo decir que lo hemos conseguido. Y nada más.
Muy
Hey.
bien, Sara, es realmente un sueño hecho realidad. Manteneros conectados, porque bueno, podréis imaginar la emoción, el lío que ahora mismo en el centro de control de misión, bueno, están siguiendo lo que es la actividad, esta segunda fase de reentrada del lanzador hasta la actividad de almerizaje. Hay allí todavía mucha actividad, pero en cuanto que eso pare, vamos a intentar pillar a Raúl Torres, cofundador, CEO de la empresa y director de lanzamiento de Mira 1. Vamos a intentar arrastrarle aquí al plató. Sabéis que no es muy difícil, Raúl es una persona que concede entrevistas con facilidad. Le vamos a tener aquí en plató, le vamos a preguntar por esas emociones en el día de hoy, que nos cuente, ¿no?, qué es lo que acabamos de ver, que nos lo explique, porque creo que es difícil de entender en estos momentos. Así que de verdad, no os desconectéis, va a ser muy interesante tenerle aquí entre nosotros en esta nube de confeti que hemos montado. Así que manteneros conectados, que volvemos en unos minutos. Hasta ahora.
I'm there. Well, how do you say it? What's congratulations? It's what is it? Felicitaciones. I think that's how you say that. Felicidades. Gracias. Dude, ain't like no dead people around there, right? Okay, recap. Not sure what happened. So, the rocket launched, and it made it to 46 kilometers, and it made it to main engine cutoff. And I don't know if it was supposed to do anything after that, aside from like just deploy pictures inside of the payload fairing. And yeah, he said something about all the cameras on the vehicle, but it's, yeah, okay. It's just yeah, tech demonstrator. Yep. Why are you so high tech, dude? ¿Por qué me gustan los carros rojos? I don't know. Because I like red cars or something? Because I'm a nerd? What do you want? Back's fine. I just needed a couple of days to shake it off. You forgot a comma. Yeah. Yeah, they made it to main engine cutoff. That's pretty impressive, dude. That was the first try. First try made it to Miko. They did everything that they wanted it to do. That's it's pretty cool. They need to work on the audio a little bit, but I don't know. Whatever happened, it seemed like everybody was having a good time there. I think.
Hacemos correcto. Hacemos correcto. No hay incendios en rampa. Rampa perfecta.
Seguimiento automático. Seguimiento automático.
Tenemos 25.
25 seconds. 30 seconds, everything's normal.
Confirmamos trayectoria nominal.
40 seconds. So, dude, something really went wrong with guidance here. That doesn't look like hardware. The rocket engine looks like it's going just fine, but the thing is definitely spinning.
Aproximamos a un minuto.
Confirmamos trayectoria nominal.
Tenemos un minuto. Mira uno, supersónico.
Vehicle supersonic.
Trayectoria nominal. Trayectoria nominal. Estamos dentro. 72. Máxima presión dinámica. Viejo 1. Máxima presión dinámica. Seguimos.
It's max Q.
Lanzador estable. Dentro de todos IPs. Trayectoria nominal.
Seguimiento automático. Trayectoria nominal.
What? Why is this so fun to watch?
90, trayectoria segura. Seguimos trayectoria. Trayectoria nominal. Comportamiento de flotación unión. 10 segundos para Meco.
Seguimiento automático.
Entorno de Meco. Meco, tenemos Meco confirmado.
Main engine cut off. Fiesta!
Seguimiento estable automático.
What the fuck? Did somebody get shot? Somebody died. Dude. Oh my god. I'm super happy for him, but man, that's funny. Is that guy dead? I don't know what we're yelling about. Loud noises.
Entorno de Meco. Meco, tenemos Meco confirmado. Chatán.
Seguimiento estable automático.
¿Qué? All right. Pierdo, no sé. No sé. Una casa de locos. Por Dios. Escucha.
Contorno de Meco. Meco, tenemos Meco confirmado, chatón.
Seguimiento estable y automático.
That's like Wilhelm's scream good, dude.
Continuamos trayectoria nominal. Seguimiento automático.
What the hell?
Trayectoria nominal,
Ow!
fase balística correcta.
It's a freaking Wilhelm scream. Shut down all
Alcanzado
the
41 kilómetros de altura.
shut down all the garbage smashers on the detention level. Oh, listen to it, Archie. Listen to them. They're dying. Make that an audio clip on the soundboard.
45 y subiendo. Seguimiento automático y estable.
Recibido. Estamos llegando a apogeo.
46,500.
Adam, what's up, dude?
La rampa está en perfecto estado. No hay ningún incendio. Recibido, no hay incendios en la rampa.
Alcanzado apogeo,
Apogeo.
descenso.
Iniciamos la reentrada experimental. Aerobrix abriéndose. Tenemos experimentos y vemos microgravedad dentro de la cofia.
Seguimiento estable, trayectoria nominal.
Reentrando, mira uno reentrando.
Entrando?
Hemos recibido entre interface. A punto de entrar en el punto de match curry entry. Máxima carga de reentrada.
Reentrando. Oh, ok. Yo comprendo.
Recovery 1, vamos informando a Recovery 2 de que tienen que ir aproximándose en cuanto tengamos splashdown al punto de recuperación de vehículo.
Recibido.
That was way too fast,
Descendiendo
dude.
30 kilómetros, trayectoria nominal, seguimiento automático.
Recibido. Reentrando, trayectoria nominal, a punto de llegar al punto de máxima presión dinámica. 10 segundos para máxima presión dinámica.
No hay incendios en la rampa. What does that mean? Error. No fires on the launch ramp.
Sara, ¿estás enchufada?
Sí. Hola.
Hi.
Hola.
I head you like rockets. See.
Ay.
Rockets de España es bueno. Ay.
Hemos recibido entre interface. A punto de entrar en el punto de match curry entry. Máxima carga en reentrada. Recovery 1, vamos informando a Recovery 2 de que tienen que ir aproximándose en cuanto tengamos splashdown al punto de recuperación de vehículo.
Recibido.
Descendiendo 30 kilómetros, trayectoria nominal, seguimiento automático.
Recibido. Reentrando, trayectoria nominal, a punto de llegar al punto de máxima presión dinámica. 10 segundos para máxima presión dinámica.
¿Los oís? Sara, ¿estás enchufada?
Sí. Hola.
She's saying hello. They're testing the microphones, guys. Tranquilo, amigos. Dios mío. Hey, man, if this is how the Spanish get down with their rocket launches, I'm dude. Amigos, soy el fiesta. Okay? Alright, I would gladly watch more of these. Dude, I gotta go back to the Wilhelm scream. That's so funny, dude. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca y el cojite? ¿El cojite? ¿Qué?
Nominal. Técnica nominal. Comportamiento de flotación nominal.
Confirmamos 40 nominal.
Trayectoria nominal.
Why would the rocket be at the... ¿Por qué el cojite biblioteca? Why is the rocket at the library?
En el régimen transónico. Aproximados a un minuto.
Confirmamos trayectoria nominal.
Tenemos un minuto. Mira uno, supersónico. Profesión nominal.
Flotación nominal. Flotación nominal.
That guy, no, I think that guy's got me beat, PY.
Estamos dentro.
For real, bro.
72, máxima presión dinámica. Mira uno, máxima presión dinámica. Seguimos.
You don't need to translate. I know what that means.
Seguimos. Lanzador estable. Dentro de todo, sí, trayectoria nominal.
Seguimiento automático de trayectoria nominal.
Tenemos 88, tenemos 90, trayectoria segura. Seguimos trayectoria.
Técnica nominal. Comportamiento de flotación nominal.
10 segundos para Meco.
Seguimiento automático.
Contorno de Meco.
Meco.
Meco, tenemos Meco confirmado.
Satán.
Cheering in Spanish.
Seguimiento estable y automático.
Is that guy alright? You gonna be alright, man? Or... What? Is that guy dead? I gotta do it one more time.
Contorno de Meco.
Preparing for main engine cutoff.
Meco,
There's main engine cutoff.
Seguimiento estable y automático.
Oh my god. Is that guy dead? Revenga! Libertad! Libertad! Oh! Oh my god. Somebody took advantage of the hype to make somebody disappear. That's what happened. They're live talking again? Oh.
¿Cómo valoraría lo sucedido?
Bueno, hemos hecho historia. Cuando fundamos la compañía Raúl Verdú y yo, en el año 2011, nos costó mucho que se confiase en nosotros porque éramos jóvenes, no teníamos experiencia, no veníamos de una gran empresa con una trayectoria profesional demostrada. Éramos dos chicos jóvenes, 23 y 24 años, que queríamos desarrollar la empresa tecnológica más importante de Europa, centrada en el desarrollo de lanzadores de tecnología espacial para hacer más fácil la vida en la Tierra. Hasta hoy hemos pasado por muchas dificultades, no solo técnicas, obviamente, financieras, corporativas, y bueno, a lo largo del tiempo hemos ido sumando gente que ha confiado en nosotros, nuestro maravilloso equipo que ha hecho realidad que hoy estemos aquí. Todos y cada uno de nosotros hemos aportado lo mejor de nosotros mismos para llegar hasta este punto. Nuestro presidente ejecutivo, que en una época de dificultades decidió apostar por nosotros, decidió apostar por la compañía y hoy está en la compañía que queríamos, en la que yo creo que él quiere. Lo estoy viendo al otro lado de la pantalla además. Y luego, por supuesto, todos aquellos inversores que confiaron en nosotros desde el principio y que aportaron ese granito de arena financieramente, ¿no? para llegar hasta aquí. Pero en definitiva, el camino ha sido un camino muy difícil, tanto desarrollar el cohete como, sobre todo, encontrar...
The road ahead is going to be very difficult.
La realidad es que, habiendo conseguido este hito de que hemos puesto a España siendo el 10º país del mundo con capacidad de lanzamiento, creemos que a partir de ahora encontrar financiación va a ser mucho más sencillo. Hemos demostrado todo lo que podíamos hacer por un equipo de 150 personas con 65 millones de euros, pero esto es solo el principio. Estamos preparados para desarrollar un lanzador orbital, posicionar a nuestro país con su capacidad de lanzamiento autónomo al espacio y permitir que en cualquier momento cualquier país europeo, cualquier país que tenga una necesidad de lanzar al espacio, lanzar a órbita, tenga esa oportunidad de nuestro futuro lanzador Miura 5.
Bueno, Raúl, efectivamente lo que te queríamos preguntar era eso, que el camino hasta aquí no ha sido duro, ha sido muy duro, no ha sido un camino de rosas. Nos lo has comentado ya en esta primera respuesta. Y bueno, también haznos una valoración de ese camino y sobre todo cuáles son los siguientes pasos, qué nos espera a partir del día de hoy.
Bueno, pues a partir del día de hoy, ¿no? Habiendo tenido un primer lanzamiento en la historia de nuestra compañía, un primer lanzamiento además 100% exitoso.
He's asking him questions now.
Hemos conseguido recuperar Miura 1 en el océano, está el equipo en la operativa de recuperación, todavía no podemos lanzarlo, pero el camino que viene a partir de ahora pues es un camino que para nosotros es clave. Pasamos de ser una empresa de 150 empleados, queremos triplicar la cantidad de empleados, ya hemos triplicado el número de sedes y esto es solo el principio, como decía. A partir de ahora comienza el desarrollo de Miura 5, de ese lanzador orbital. Veremos la necesidad de lanzar nuestro Miura 1 Serial Number 2, que está en proceso de fabricación. Una vez analicemos los datos y veamos la conveniencia técnica de avanzar o no, pues se tomará esa decisión. Pero bueno, estamos yo creo que en el mejor camino posible, estamos con un éxito absoluto a la primera y esto también ha sido yo creo que gracias, en parte gracias a la ayuda que hemos tenido de INTA, del Instituto Nacional de Tecnología Espacial, que sin ellos obviamente este lanzamiento desde aquí no hubiese sido posible, ¿no? Hemos tenido el apoyo de ellos en toda la parte de seguimiento, en toda la parte de validación a lo largo de estos tiempos en la ingeniería. Por tanto, queremos agradecer especialmente al equipo de TEDEA, el equipo de Arenosillo, que ha brindado todo su conocimiento, ha brindado toda su amabilidad, todas sus instalaciones, nos ha dado todo su tiempo y por supuesto también al equipo de Madrid, que nos ha dado soporte en la revisión de todos los documentos que hemos aportado para la validación y la calificación de Miura 1 como vehículo de lanzamiento que volaba desde Arenosillo. En definitiva, esto es solo el principio, como decía. Acabamos de demostrar rotundamente qué compañía somos, de qué madera estamos hechos, qué tipo de personas tenemos detrás y quiénes somos.
Yes, well, I got that part.
No hay mejor imagen, no hay mejor escaparate que este para demostrar que esta compañía es la mejor compañía de este país y lo vamos a demostrar en estos momentos.
Did he just do a Steve Ballmer?
Estos últimos meses, estos últimos días de, bueno...
I love this company! Yeah!
Siempre ha habido muchos primeros, ¿no? Somos la primera empresa española que se dedica a esto. Es el primer motor de combustible líquido.
He did a Steve Ballmer, Squall. I understood that. Developers.
Privado que se lanza desde España, que se lanza desde una base como esta del INTA, cuya ciudad principal, o digamos que la que ha tenido históricamente hasta ahora, no es de lanzar lanzadores al espacio. Es el número uno en muchas cosas. Raúl, el golpe de la mesa hoy es increíble.
Es el mejor golpe de la mesa que somos capaces de dar. Hemos hecho nuestro trabajo y lo hemos demostrado.
Loves the work.
Hemos hecho lo que había que hacer, lo hemos demostrado y ahora solo falta que el mundo lo juzgue, lo valore y con eso crezcamos como compañía y nos posicionemos mucho mejor en la industria aeroespacial de nuestro país.
He's basically saying this is my favorite thing to do. I love this stuff.
Algo en mente para celebrar este gran acontecimiento que ocurrió hoy.
Lo vamos a celebrar.
Y sobre todo si encontramos el cohete en el Atlántico, todavía mucho más. Sí. No, bueno, ahora el equipo no solo se merece un descanso, se merece pues una auténtica celebración de este gran éxito que hemos tenido. Sobre todo a la primera, como decía, y como estábamos comentando, ¿no? O sea, esto es tremendamente difícil. Somos la primera empresa española en desarrollar un lanzador privado. Somos la primera empresa europea, desde fundada en 2011, desarrollando un lanzador privado. Estamos en la carrera espacial europea para llegar a órbita. Mejor posicionados imposible porque hemos lanzado al espacio, tenemos esa información, lo hemos conseguido a la primera.
Orbit seems like it's impossible, but we're one step closer, something like that.
Obviamente que lo vamos a celebrar, pero lo vamos a celebrar porque no lo merecemos.
Muchísimas gracias, Raúl, por dedicarnos, lo habéis visto, el lanzamiento ha sido a escasos unos minutos y aquí le tenemos presentando los resultados ante la audiencia. Podréis imaginar cómo está el teléfono de Raúl Torres en estos momentos, llamadas pues, de familiares, de amigos, de inversores, de instituciones. No te robamos más tiempo, te agradecemos.
Esto es para la guerra de guerrillas y para la guerra nuclear. Solo tenéis que ayudar.
Encuentras momentos para atender las entrevistas, para contarle al público lo que ha sucedido, explicarlo más de una manera cercana. Así que muchas gracias por haber encontrado estos minutos.
Vamos, Miura.
Bueno, y ahora sí, nosotros sí que ya nos despedimos, ¿verdad, Sara?
My guy.
Es un adiós, es un hasta pronto, porque pronto volveremos a tener noticias de Pellet Space y los siguientes pasos que tendremos en los próximos meses. Y bueno, estar atento a nuestras redes porque tendremos muchísima información para daros.
Eso es, muchas gracias por habernos acompañado en el día de hoy, por habernos acompañado también en los anteriores intentos. Lo repetimos, ha sido un gran éxito, hoy damos un salto de gigante en la tecnología de este país y también, por qué no decirlo, para el resto de Europa. Estamos en ese camino de poder dar estos servicios de lanzamiento orbital en muy breve tiempo. Así que nada, manteneros muy atentos a las redes sociales, sabéis que somos muy activos ahí. Muchísimas gracias y que tengáis muy buen día.
Yeah, Squall, I don't think they said that. I mean, I'm getting bits and pieces. Spanish is the language I know the most, other than my crappy English that I speak. But they were speaking way too fast for me. I was getting every other word. So, like, I was getting every other word and kind of putting things together. Like, he said El Camino. The road. El Camino es muy difícil. So, the road ahead is very difficult. Like, I got that. I understood that part. Yeah, all right. You know? I understood that part, but yeah, they were speaking way too fast for me, dude. I'm just like, hola. Mucho queso. They were going a mile a minute, dude. El Camino, do they know Cleater? Yeah. My Spanish is good. Yeah, Joson, it's been a long time, dude, since I've like spoken it or listened to people speak it, let alone like people speaking not trying to slow it down for my dumb butt to freaking figure it out. Yeah, they congratulated themselves, remarked how they're the 10th country with launch capabilities and the first private company in Europe, how investors and institutions are everything are calling the CEO now, the guy in the middle, and are looking forward to Miura 5 in 2025. Cool, man. If you could understand most of it, your level's pretty good. I can put enough words together, Delario, to get the gist of what they're saying. Like, at the end, yeah, yeah. Hispanic, thank you for translating. And thank you for everybody else that's translating. Gracias para el translación. I don't know if I said that right either, but it was good enough to get by, right? Probably horrible grammar if I'm remembering right. De nada. Perfecto. Necesito un cerveza. Refresco. La traducción. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just Spanglished it and put translation. You love doing that, don't you? Yep. Over the roof with the news myself. Call me Muir too. Okay. They got a lot to be proud of. No, Tessa, I'm not laughing at them. That was awesome, dude. I love the enthusiasm as somebody that has screamed at a rocket launching. Yeah, no, can relate. Can relate. Oh, absolutely, man. Dude, when you're there and when it's yours and you see it go and it does everything you want it to do, man, that is a really good feeling. You love doing that. Yeah, I do. Fly, you piece of junk. I became an Astra fan that day. I'm not even kidding, Jax. I like Astra a lot. I just really hope they rebound with Rocket 4. Those guys are cool as hell, man. My wife keeps calling me basura. Trash? She's calling you trash? Miura is is both a bull breed and a bull breeding ranch in southern Spain. Yeah, Mura. I know Mura because of Lamborghini. I know what that. Yeah. That's right, Tessa. Yep. You were a bit hoarse after. Yeah, Mr. Vaughn. Yep. Well, felicidades, amigos. Perfecto. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. That's pretty cool, man. It's fun to watch it like that. I'm pretty sure that guy died from excitement. He went muerto. You know what I mean? Do you have a Hunt the Streamer plan? No, Maverick, I don't, because I don't like what Rockstar is doing with GTA Online, to be honest with you, and I really just don't want to play it. They put previously free content behind a paywall, and until I figure out why they would do something like that, I don't really want anything to do with it. Seriously, the Spanish streaming over the computers doing this stuff, then like was the best launch of the year. That was fun, dude. It was a good time. Isn't Vega launching soon? Yeah, we got a Vega launch, not Vega C. Vega C es mierda. No me gusta. Es basura. Oh boy. Canuck, hey, my buddy and I went down some government auction rabbit holes and found something I wanted you to check out. Not sure what it is, but it's some kind of NASA Langley surveillance plane for sale. Permission to post the link. Yeah, sure, man. 3 a.m. I should go to sleep. 3 de la mañana? Nah. Yeah, Canuck, go ahead, man. Yeah, it didn't take. Oh, Tessa did it already. This is GSA auctions. It's a Dassault Falcon. Okay. It's NASA 524. A freaking Dassault Falcon. How much is this? Quiero comprar el plane. No. No tengo dinero. Oops. Actually, 71 grand for a Dassault Falcon. Dassault Falcons are really fast. That's a really fast airplane. Yeah. That is an airplane. It's November 524, November Alpha. Yep. That's actually really not bad. If I'd hit the Powerball, I'd buy it. Sure, why not? It's got a GTN 750. I don't know what that is. Maybe the GPS? Found a use for that spare 70K. Yeah. It's at Langley Air Force Base. I mean, 71 G's, Canuck, is not bad. I mean, it looks to be in good condition, but looks like it's been sitting outside for a little while. But see, here's the thing about planes. It might look fine, but it ain't fine. You think boats are bad? Break out another 1,000? Planes are even worse. Actually, maybe not as bad as boats. You don't need to worry about planes leaking. Unless you have a seaplane, and then you just literally took the worst of both worlds and tried to make one vehicle out of it. Good for you. Multi-million-dollar jet, Facebook Marketplace grade photos. Last flight was on June 18th, 2022. Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. She hasn't been sitting for long at all. Dude, look at this thing. Look at this little guy. If we had won the Powerball, I would buy it right now. Just drive down there and go. I mean, somebody here knows how to fly this. Somebody here is licensed to fly this thing. Tell me I'm wrong. No, just go and get it. Can you have an AN2? Why would I want that piece of junk? Why would I want that when I could have this? Send it over to Scott. Yeah. Hey, Scott. Hello, EJ. How are you doing? Scott, I just hit the Powerball. We're going to buy a plane. Come with me. Oh, okay. Click. That's probably how that conversation would go. I can fly. I'm pilot. Yeah. Ark, you're talking about this sucker right here, huh? I mean, I could fly it. I could probably get it off the ground. Landing, maybe? What, you're supposed to have a license? No. Let's just not take what the FAA says seriously. Let's just go do it. It's fine. All right. Well, actually, Miura's done. Pero tenemos la otra. Cojete? Vega? Sorry, my brain switched gears into Spanish and now I can't stop. Actually, Spanglish would probably be the right way to say it. Yo, what's up, man? Oh, you could land it, no problem. How many pieces? Tess, I could probably land in one piece. I could probably do it. It would just be, very illegal because, I don't have that whole pilot's license thing. Send it in the NSF back channels with the caption, new camera platform. All right. All right. Land, yes. Reuse the aircraft? Right. I could probably... Okay. All right. If it's clear skies, no wind, I could probably do it. I have a good amount of hours in flight sim in this Citation CJ4. All I would have to do is figure out the sequence of powering the plane on. Once the plane's going, I could probably figure it out. But there's that whole, legality thing. I could probably land it. Once again, I'd have to go read about how the damn plane works. I'd probably be sitting there with a flight manual for a couple weeks, which, kind of what you're supposed to do. I can fly you home. All right, you can fly it home? All right, cool. All right, cool. You got yourself a deal. Keep it under the radar, no problems. Yeah, that's probably not happening. There are planes with parachutes built into them, Kuro. All right, guys, well, we got another launch here, so let's just go right into that. We'll keep working with the VTOL demo tomorrow, and we gotta close up the control on this thing, so close up control ranges. Cool. All right, let's we'll pop into Vega coverage here. Stretch break before Vega. I'll stand up. Yep. Frickin' planes, man. Repo, sorry. Business question since you're good at this sort of thing. How do you keep track of your profitability research when starting out? Rather, what would you suggest doing in a generic context? There's a piece of software called Quicken that does that for you. Or an accountant. How long until Vega? $15 past? T0 is at 136 UTC. Okay, so Thomas, does that mean we're 35 minutes out? Well, not 35, it'd be 32 minutes. Cool. All right, sweet. All right, yeah, we'll cap off with a Vega launch here. We'll have some fun here. The count on screen is for the cast to start, not the actual launch. Yeah. All right. So we'll switch to the Vega launch here. And we will pick up Kerbal again probably Tuesday. Guys, I need Monday off while everybody's here. So this weekend it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It just that's the way it came out, so it came down. So next week I'm gonna be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we'll continue with this stuff on Tuesday.